know you're all asking the same question. Why so blue?
The Smurfs are back?
The Smurfs are back in town after 13 years. And we're all still invested in this world of Avatar. Right, guys?
Yeah,
Sure.
obviously.
I love it.
Yeah, Avatar 2, Wave Water. We've been waiting over a decade for this. The
13
sequel everyone
long
wanted.
years.
Yeah, and another one's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Excited for
Countless
that.
delays, multiple failed attempts, several $1 billion just poured away.
The virus
we
of
have blue
unspecified
people.
origin.
Yeah. And now we have blue people again.
Yeah. And I guess, writer, introduce yourself in the water.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm a geeky writer. I write things, and I'm here to talk about Avatar, obviously.
I'm Chris Maroon.
I am a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And Ryder knows our socials. You want to shoot those out? Because I don't.
Hold on.
Crimson, you don't?
Oh,
All right, we got Twitter, LetterBox if you count that. We got the Instagram.
Well, Instagram's behind. We got Pinterest. We have Facebook, right, Sprinks? We have.
Yes, we do.
We have TikTok, and I feel like I'm forgetting one. Reddit. We have a Reddit. There we go.
And for Avatar 2, we are going with the act structure. So we don't have to go scene by scene and sit here for 12 hours. Have some fun out of it. I guess I'll bring up a little facts that probably everybody knows by now. Once again, James Cameron had to make a new camera for this movie, just like he did for the first Avatar, which was specifically for the underwater motion capture stuff. And a lot of the cast had to learn how to breathe underwater for an extended period of time, 5 to 7 minutes for most of them, which is quite impressive.
Yeah. And Kate Winslet now holds the record for longest breath held underwater for a scene.
It actually does, which is actually impressive.
7 minutes.
Yeah, she beat Tom Cruise. So take that, Tommy.
Yeah, that's big news.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he's going to hold his breath in space. I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll be like,
yeah.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and we got 3 more confirmed movies on the way, other rumored ones after that. Exciting. I have no idea where this franchise is going to go. I don't know how they can get that many movies out of this.
I already told you they're going to the moons.
Well, that's one movie. I have no idea where they're going with the rest.
How? The Na'vi are like, not spacefaring.
Well, they'll just hijack a ship. There's no big tree on the moons, I would imagine. Guess we'll find out.
No, every area has a big tree. There's no one big tree anymore. Don't you realize this?
We get underwater spirit trees.
Yeah.
And yeah, $1 billion to make all these back to back, or the first 3, I think. This one's about $250 million to make.
They got a package deal.
They've definitely gotten their money back so far. It's performing better than I thought. Is that about $1.5 billion? I think.
Yeah,
right
pretty much $1.5 billion. Roughly.
So they might make that $2 billion estimated mark. They're definitely not getting the original 2.9 that the first one made, but it's still impressive.
Well, that was also over a lot longer period. To be fair.
Yeah, James Cameron movies have like a habit of being in theaters for like what feels like years at a time, and then they obviously they come back also a lot too. So
yeah. Well, he only makes like one movie every like 10 years.
Theaters, like 3 times, I think.
Well, at least now he does. He used to crank these movies out. But
no, I remember because I was like, I feel like I've seen a lot of James Cameron movies, and I actually looked up like the filmography, and I was like, there's only like 10 or like 15 movies on there, and I thought there was like a lot more. But then I guess he also produces, so that might be a factor as well.
Yeah, Dark Fate. He really wanted that one to add to his name, right? That was a good one.
Proud of that. All right. Oh yes. How could I forget our histories? Ryder, what's your history with, I guess, the Avatar franchise?
Yeah, it is a franchise now, isn't it?
It
All
is.
right, Avatar 1. It was a movie I saw in theaters. I remember being blown away by the visuals. In a way that kind of proceeds into this one, where like I wasn't necessarily excited for the story, but I was excited to see what the peak of visual effects that we can achieve now as, because comparing this to Marvel is an insult almost. Um, but in story wise, I remember liking the first one. Thought it was serviceable. Over the years, time has kind of soured that story a little bit for me. It seems very generic by the numbers. Characters aren't that deep. While they are tools to facilitate the plot. Um, so I, having learned that we were getting a bunch of sequels, I was not sure what they were gonna do with the story because it felt like ribbon tied after the first film. And having seen this new one, I'm still sure they have no idea what they're gonna do.
Well, the first one they went for an unobtainable metal, and they're going for immortality juice.
Hey,
I don't know what else they got.
Use the correct word. What was it called?
Unobtainium
Unobtainium.
There we
and
go.
whale brain. I don't know if there was a name for the brain juice.
Yeah.
I think there was, but yeah, it was like a nerve or whatever, something. Yeah.
I guess I'll just roll this right to you, Crimson.
Go.
Yes. I also thought the first film was all right, serviceable. I don't think it really eroded with me. The only thing that eroded was the visuals, because we kind of rewatched it before we saw the second one in theaters, and I remembered the visuals looking better. Because before that, I hadn't seen the first Avatar since
It came out in like 2009.
maybe yeah, probably around there, or post-release, so 2010 probably on TV. Long time. Thought it looked better. This was quite impressive. Looking at the visuals of this current one,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're just gonna maintain now, or if they're still gonna try to push it. Because with all these sequels they have planned, who knows? There might be some advancements in the visuals. Yeah, maybe sinister.
Yeah, I'd part of a similar history as I think a lot of people do with this now franchise, before just singular movie, of seeing when it came out and kind of mostly probably being blown away by just the visuals, because having watched this one now, I kind of realized that the story is not really that deep. But yeah, I saw it as a kid, and I was like, oh my god, this is like the future of movies, and I guess I was kind of right in a way. Pretty much everything now is CGI, but it's kind of like the first movie to kind of go just like, well, not the first, but one of the first that was like, okay, we're just gonna do like CGI like the whole way through. I didn't finish watching the original before watching this one, but it definitely had aged. Not as badly as I was imagining it to, because I think it still holds up fairly decently for the time. But it definitely, if you compare it to this one, it's, I think, almost a night and day difference as far as overall like articulation and depth of the actual characters.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I also didn't really think. I mainly wanted to see this just because I was curious how they were gonna push the story forward, because the last one just felt so singularly wrapped up, and they found a way. I don't know if it was a good way, but they found a way.
Yeah, they found the way of water.
Yeah. I'll pass it on to Sprinks.
I did like the first movie when it came out. I agree with what was said with the visuals being very beautiful. I think the story at the time, totally good, all fine. I'm kind of repeating what Ryder said, but over time, I have grown slightly bitter to the fact that it's the number one highest box office grossed movie, which again just bring back in theaters to get the payment for it, which is what they did because of the scare, I guess, onto James Cameron from Avengers Endgame, to boost Avatar, to put it back in theaters to surpass. So that's something that I don't fully agree with. That Avatar 1 should be the highest gross movie, but that's just me. I think it was fine and good, and I also have a little history with the Avatar video game. It's dog poop. It's not very good. I believe I rented it at a library to test it out and got through the first 2 levels, maybe. Not good. I think that's it on the history of the first movie, and then there's no one. It's a second. It's a sequel. I don't know what else really to say that hasn't already been said.
Could see some familiar faces.
That's true.
All right. Well, I guess the last thing is Sprinks will pop in and out a couple times in this, so
That is true.
saying that right off the bat. And with that, Act 1 consists of the beginning up until when Spider gets captured.
Wait, hold
So-
on. The beginning of the act starts at the beginning.
It's pretty wild, yeah.
Unless I had to see.
Well, we're not including the trailers.
We should.
We're not
There was
counting the
some good
trailers of the
ones.
first movie in the
Yeah,
beginning.
you know, there's like 80 for Brady. You know, that's gonna be great.
I guess I'll open up to anyone who wants to start.
Sure. So we kind of start with, or at least I'm gonna start with the whole narration. We get flashed forward through Jake's life on Pandora, where we are introduced to a bit of a family. I don't know if it was whiplash is the right word, but it was very reminiscent of the first movie almost. Like, we're back here again, you know. We start with the overhead flying shots again, like we did with the first one. We start with the narration, even though the movie lost its justification for the narration. I guess it's a good way to kind of pull us back in. And once again, one of the things that I will praise about this movie is the visuals. I don't think there's only a few times where I think the movement looked a little off, but for the most part, still good.
Yeah, I agree. We get like you said, the flying shot of Pandora, and we get the music cue and everything. They're really trying to suck you back into the world. With this being over 3 hours, though, it did feel a bit rushed. The recap of the past, however long it's been. I don't know if it's been 13 years in world or not.
Yeah, especially
But they got
since
grown-up kids, so I don't know.
it especially is worsened by the fact that one of these kids is going to be one of our main characters.
Yeah.
So
No, it's not.
Yeah, all we really get is these little flashes of them fishing together, taking family photos, hunting, which is fine if you want to go quick. I just don't think they needed to go quick with the film this long, because there were other parts that could have been cut to prolong this introduction, I think, for the better.
And we will talk about those when we come to them.
Certainly will. Let's else call it something.
I was a little. It wasn't a huge factor in the beginning, but kind of as it went on, I was kind of trying to judge the time frame because they don't really say anything. The only thing we get is we get them to maybe about adolescence, the kids, or the time frame, as just quick flashes, and then once the humans come back, they do 1 year later, and that's it. So it's kind of a little confusing to figure out, okay, well, did they literally were they only gone for 2 years or something, and they grew really, really fast? I don't really understand what's going on.
I think the best judge of time frame is probably Spider, because he's a human kid that grew up.
Yeah, so
that doesn't give us an exact number, obviously, but
Yeah,
I'm saying
I can't tell how old Spider is actually.
It's at
I
least a decade.
yeah.
he is not 10 years old.
I said at
There's-
least.
Well, he looks
He was
at
a
one or
kid
two.
running around.
Yeah, he looks like he was 2 or 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, but that was
So-
when they were telling him to leave. or kicking him off the planet or whatever. Like a little, like maybe 1 year old at oldest
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. And then obviously we cut to him when he's a kid running out as well to go hang out with his found family. Really,
Yeah.
really gonna enjoy this arc, right?
Yeah. I guess maybe it's been like 15, 16 years maybe.
It might be that
was
13
my
years have
safest
passed.
bet
Yeah.
from the oldest son that we see of Jake's. He, Spriggs and I talked about it a little bit on our own, and I think that's what we agreed upon around 15, right?
You thought that the
You
children were younger than what I thought they were. Because I thought the oldest sibling was about maybe 18, 19. And I think you said 15, 16.
okay? I thought 15, 16. He thought near adult. But yeah, they didn't give any specifics. If they did, none of us caught it.
I don't
Correct
think they
us.
give an age of anyone.
Well, I mean more like a time frame. But yeah, I definitely didn't think there's any ages.
There's really none. But
So- continue.
well, and then, I understand, like, you don't have to you don't have to say everything, or you can do a show don't tell thing, or all that sort of stuff. I don't like it when it's purposely like, oh, there's information, we're just not going to give it to you. It's going to come in later, and they do it in like these first like 15 minutes of like this background of where everybody's been for like this 13-year gap in the movies or whatever coming out, where it's like, oh, and Sigourney Weaver's avatar is pregnant, and but we don't know who the father. It's like mysterious reasons.
Stay
It's
tuned
like,
for the 5th movie to find out.
yeah, it's granted. I think they illustrate later on possible hints as to the conceivement and all that stuff, but it's just like, okay, that's just like a weird way to just go into, like, oh well, we don't know what's going on. It's like, I think there's enough science here where you could probably wager, okay, it's probably this or something. I don't know. I was not a fan of that.
Mm-hmm.
Something very short and doesn't really have a presence in this is when the humans arrive. And
I got something to say
starts
about
off
that.
looking like a star. And they just scorch the entire forest on
I
arrival.
love that. Yeah.
And the first thing I wrote down is, why didn't they do that in the first movie? Because
Yeah.
it obliterated them.
Oh, yes, it fucking did. I can't tell if the humans are comically evil or they're just this stupid. Because last I checked, when we have a rocket landing on Earth again from space, when SpaceX launched and landed at its same landing pad, we didn't destroy the entire city. So, I don't know if James Cameron knows how spacefaring works anymore, and that makes me sad.
The only thing I could say
the only
is
thing-
they
yeah.
were trying to prep the ground for building a city.
Mhm.
Um,
So the fastest way to do that would be to,
torch it and then use the excavators to push all the debris, which we
But
see them
that's-
doing when
that's
building.
definitely writing for the movie, because they don't say any of that.
No, they don't say anything. Remember, the humans are just evil. That's
That I agree with. There's not really any redeeming humans, except the biologist guy, I guess, but he's pretty complicit in it anyway. So
Yeah,
it's not great.
it's
Spriggs, you,
There you go. I got
Spriggs, you got
anything.
anything?
Well, I saw a bad and good thing to this scene of coming down to burn everything away, and immediately the first things coming out was the mechs for, I guess, security and protection, and then the bulldozers to push all the ember and burn out of the way for a clearing. And that gives me good thought that there's possibly that's how it did happen in the first movie. After this long time jump, they don't have another way or thought, I guess, shown of a different way to drop things off onto the surface of the planet of Pandora. So this is what they chose, which could make me think that they did it in the first movie, and that's how they begun. Because when we first got to Pandora, it was already had a base and area. A thought that crossed my mind is why didn't they just land at the base? Because there's probably foliage all over it, but with the shack shown later of the ending fight at the first movie still being present, I'm imagining the whole base from the first movie is still present. But I'm thinking if they came down to burn, they wouldn't want that to be over the base to burn it down, which makes sense to me. So they could go to the base if need be, but it was never shown in this movie going back to the first area in the first movie.
Mhm.
So I think that was fine. I do agree. It really shows off evil and darkness to the humans because it's burning and everything's dead around them and they're just coming out. It's kind of weird to me that the mechs come out and there's one singular dude walking. That seemed weird. But I think the burning down thing was fine in all shots except the whole like nuke part burning down like miles. Where then when it
It's
shows
a little
Jake and
excessive.
Terry looking at him, it's very small.
Yeah, that's why I kind of against your thing that they probably did this last movie, because we definitely as an audience would have known they did that through the Na'vi, because the Na'vi wouldn't have worked with them with the scientists and stuff if the first thing they did on arrival was burn down their forests. So I'm pretty sure that's just something they introduced here to show. I guess I don't know why you'd be a new viewer jumping in the second movie, but if you are, you'd be like, wow, these humans suck. But
Well, the
yeah.
first movie was an attempt to befriend the Na'vi to get them to move peacefully to go to the tree, and after all the failure and then the humans being sent back, they kind of got a good depiction of what the Na'vi are now. So coming back with more vengeance.
I mean, they got overwhelmed by the animals, so I mean, it's nice to see them coming back in force because that's more intelligent
Yeah.
of them. But that's a stretch.
Yeah, I think though, just a part of that to also illuminate on is if granted it's been probably at very least a decade of time since the original setting of the movie. I think probably if they were to come back, there's been 10 years of technical innovation. It would be kind of ridiculous to kind of like, well, let's go back to that old base and, you know, kind of just let's upgrade that and not just, you know, kind of start from scratch. And then probably obviously, as we find out later, the objective has changed some since the original movie. So probably the idea of going back to the format that or the the objective that base was set up for would be kind of ridiculous to kind of make fit for this new objective. So there's there's some possibilities there of why certain things are happening, but again, I think a lot of this is writing for the movie and shouldn't need to be written for the movie.
Yeah, that was one tiny little thing I had with the mech suits or whatever, the exosuits, is they looked identical to the ones from the first movie. They didn't advance those at all. I'm sure they did it just so it's like recognizable, like, oh, those are from the first movie. But like you mentioned, that they advanced in their technologies. They can build cities in 6 days.
Yeah.
Whatever they said.
The commander lady had a little bit different one, but
the one where you're totally exposed.
Well, see, that's what I mean. Like, now that you're mentioning, it's like, that's worse. I mean, it was a little bit sleeker, but I was like,
it feels more like a worker drone than a combat drone. But
but now that I'm saying that, I don't know why she was wearing that, because she literally only wore it when she was introduced, and then she never wore it ever again.
Next movie.
What was
only
the
thing I can
point?
think of is she wore it so she could keep up pace with the Colonel in his avatar form, his Na'vi form.
What a waste of technology.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
well, I
a-
mean, there's a lot of waste in technology in this. It's just
Setting it up for future movies, guys. That's all I gotta
hopefully.
say.
I was just like, if it's just for that, like a little bit of extra or effort, that's stupid.
maybe she has a height problem, so she needs to look her men in the eye, and she can't do
I
that
will-
as easily.
Edie Falco is a fairly short lady. I love her, but she is a fairly short lady, so that might have been a character trait. Napoleon complex.
We should probably talk about Quaritch being back.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Quaritch.
I find
And
it acceptable.
I find it a big issue to.
I find the idea of bringing him back acceptable. I find the fact that though he was wasted unacceptable.
Well, it kind of brings up the issue for me is now humanity has a disposable army now, but they aren't utilizing their disposable army.
Yeah, why do we need the well juice? We are already immortal if we can save our
Yeah.
fucking data and memories.
You can grow avatars. You can copy your own mind, so you can just keep cloning yourself essentially
It does-
in a war, but
that
they
does
don't
take-
go that route.
That does take resources, though. Granted, we don't really know how they do it, really, but I'm sure probably it's not, like, at a certain point it would become, okay, well, we're just trading one thing for another here. We're still, like, burning through resources regardless, so we kind of have to find something a little bit more permanent.
Well, they had
And then
this
also I'm
capability. In the first one, because obviously he did it
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the first one, and they had the making avatars, and it's been however long the time jump has been. We haven't pinned that down, but at bare minimum, it's probably been 13 years. Just looking at the kids' ages.
Okay, so
And technology is cheapened over time. So
Yeah, but if you have the option of using, like, a non-reusable resource and then not using it, one of them is a clear better option.
one of the perks of the avatar route is they're acclimated to nature. We even see the benefits of them being in avatars.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with that, but like again, and then not even like forget that part of it of just like the resource part. I'm imagining with any kind of technology that's based on a data, like because essentially our thoughts and our brains are just data packs, right? I mean, they're just storing data, emotions and memories and all that stuff. So I would imagine that if you every time you clone something from it, it would erode a little bit over time, just because it's really only meant to be.
not in the
used.
film. Can't use that.
I
Yeah,
know.
I was
I know.
gonna
I'm
say that.
saying that's not in the movie, but technology is technology. So in some form, logically, it's not in the movie, but logically, every time you make a copy of something, it would degrade a little bit over time, and you probably lose a little bit of the information over time. It wouldn't be foolproof to just constantly. A good example of a bad way of showing it would probably be that show Carbon or
Altered Carbon.
Altered Carbon, where they have the stacks or whatever that they can just download anywhere. That's not a good example because that one they actually figure out a flawless way to do it. But essentially, like you would eventually, you'd probably get people coming out wrong, or they would be not the same person anymore. I'm just assuming. That's not in the movie, but I would imagine that would not be like that would be a good short term, but it wouldn't be a good long term switch for humanity. And I'm assuming also they probably have to eat more, right? As avatars versus humans.
No idea.
Potentially, but yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
They got different biology. They can breathe oxygen, but we can't breathe their air. I don't know how much food they require.
They can breathe an hour of our air.
Wasn't it 2 or 3? 2 to
No, it was
3?
an hour. Pretty sure. Because
Either way, it's
Spider's like,
prolonged.
she's like, how come you can breathe my air for like an hour and I can't breathe 10 seconds of your air?
I don't know. It just seems more beneficial to make a disposable army that is advantageous to the lands you are conquering.
Yeah,
but
but
we don't get to see a resource problem with
we
this
also,
army.
though, we get to see that there's really no difference between the Na'vi avatars and the humans. They kind of seem to be equally as dispensable.
Yeah.
Or expendable, sorry. Not dispensable. Stupid.
Right.
No, I'm just thinking. So, one of the things that that was kind of set up with the whole Quaritch reintroduction is that we're going to see like Marines and how good they are in Avatar bodies. We mean look at Jake Sully from the first film and see how effective he was. The fact that we don't really get a payoff to that because spoilers for later act, the Na'vi fucking obliterate the humans, the human avatars too.
Yeah.
So we don't get really a payoff to this setup that they're implying here. Again, this is one of those things where I feel there's a lot wrong in this movie. I just
Do you think that part of granted this is again writing for the movie? Do you think though that like the difference between these Marine Avatar versions, one of the reasons why they're less capable or than the native Na'vi is an inability or a kind of forcing themselves not to integrate into like a Na'vi existence in some form, like kind of
probably elements, but
yeah.
we don't really get to see those elements. We just see them getting shot with arrows. If we saw like Natiri communicating with a bush, asking like, "Hey, where are they hiding?" and the bush is like, "They're around the corner."
If Aowa had a
sure.
more direct presence, that might help. But
yeah, because the only thing that I can give like for that is like that Quaritch kind of does enforce a little bit of a mindset of trying to become more Na'vi versus human and Avatar mindset later on in the film.
Which
And
would
I'm
be
curious-
interesting if they were
yeah.
doing something interesting with his character, but they didn't.
That's we'll talk about that later. But I was just interested to see if you guys felt if that might have been one reason why they failed as much as they did versus like how Jake Sully kind of rose above.
If that's the writer's justification, it's a very poor justification. I can see them making the argument, but it's not one that would be lasting, unfortunately.
I would need to see ramifications because all we see is them getting shot. We don't see nature helping the natives. We don't see anything tying them to Pandora is helpful in any of these fight scenes.
I don't know.
It's just native versus person.
I think the whale jumping in to help was pretty.
Wait, there's a whale?
That whale was of its own thought. It wasn't helping. Communicating strategy with the natives. It kind of just like, you know what, this will help. Let me jump out. But I'm talking more like when they were kidnapping the kids in the jungle.
Oh, like you mean more direct help, like strategizing with nature. Okay.
Because with Sinister's theory of the natives having an advantage because they're one with the nature. If they utilized nature in that fight to get a one-up on the military, I think that would be cool. But all we just get is Natiri murking them and Jake knifing them. There's not really any advantage the natives have other than they know the land, I guess. But all they did was hide behind a tree in a bush. So.
Yeah, and knowing the land doesn't do you
Any
very
Marine
well.
can do that.
Yeah, it doesn't knowing the land doesn't do you very much when landing gear can destroy entire sections of the planet. So.
Yeah. It would be cool if the natives had some advantage, but we didn't really get to see it utilized if they had any. Kind of went off a little when I wanted to go. Sprinks, I was going to ask you. You thought I'm fine with Quaritch coming back. It was more the implications of the world that you can do this. What are your thoughts on that?
It not stated, but being that they can hold their minds on disk and bring them back or anything, I think it's a human decision of morale to not clone to have identical of the same, and it's more of a resurrection process if someone's dead. I believe that the Marines who are with Quaritch in his platoon aren't. I don't know if they all died necessarily and they're all backup brains, or if they're actually avatared over clones.
All the avatared ones are ones that died with him in the battle.
Okay, so they're all shown then as being resurrected through this system. I think if there was an army of 50 Quaritches, it would not fly. I think they'd turn on each other of who's the more superior and who's the upper, or backstabbing if one's like identified of like that's the leader, and then they try to take them out, and since they're clones, they can blend in, whatever. So I think it's more of a morale system for the humans to not have more than one of the same.
So it's immortality, not resurrection, then.
Well, it's never shown that once it's used for the avatar process of the chip used for the kernel into this new Na'vi form, if the chip is gone, like if it's used to create it, I mean, it is used to create it, but after the use, is it like destroyed or depleted, or it can't be used again? Because if the Na'vi form of this one dies, can they just make a new backup?
See, that would be interesting. Like, imagine this. So, Quaritch is gone for a couple weeks at the end of this film. He comes back, and they already have another Quaritch there. That would be very interesting. I would be interested to see where that would go.
I think it would be... What's a good example? I don't think any of you are too familiar with Detroit Become Human.
Nope.
Towards the end, there's two Connors situation. But maybe in Logan, if that kind of works with the clone version of Wolverine.
How about Oblivion? Tom Cruise.
I guess Oblivion could also work. It's the fact that the one that's still alive at the end of this film, if was to meet another one, it would be with the memories of the first one that died.
Yeah.
So it would have all this. The one we've been watching in the second movie would have all the experience and knowledge of what has been shown in the movie. So it would have the difference because they're not making a backup memory of the one we're seeing. The backup memories of the human form.
I guess the way I kind of see this like Infinite Army thing I was talking about is I see it more as like a practical use where they'd have their soldiers in like pods, like cryosleep or something, while their clone goes out, dies, and then make a new one, clone goes out, dies, and they just keep sending out new ones until they win the war, because that's practical use of the technology.
Without necessarily sacrificing the soldiers themselves.
Yeah.
Because we are shown in the first one that if an avatar dies, the person in the avatar will wake up in a pod. So...
Mm-hmm.
Actually, remind me, because this is going back to Avatar 1. Is Jake's avatar grown on the way to Pandora or grown before Pandora?
It's his brother's avatar that's already grown at Pandora.
Yeah.
And by the time Jake gets there, the avatar's there. We don't know how long it takes these to grow, but it was there when Jake arrived.
Anywho, that was my first dip out. I'll be back later.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I don't know the whole. I mean, it sounds like. I mean, there is some logic. I can't deny there's some logic to like, yeah, just having a backup army of people just continually going through. But at a certain point, like as we've seen, like they're not like invincible. They still die, and then.
Yes, but you can recycle them. That's the issue. Or that's the main benefit here.
But what my counter argument is like when they die, they leave all their stuff, so then you got to get new guns, new weapons, for the new clone or whatever, send them out. At a certain point, it would create a deficit of resources because, I mean, I'm sure at some point it would just be like, numbers versus, bigger numbers versus smaller numbers. Eventually, they would wear out.
All right.
But it wouldn't. It seems to me that the evil corporation or whatever on the side of the humans doesn't really like the idea of a like a debt, or like a decline in resources over like winning. It kind of has to go hand in hand, where you have to win and then also come out financially on top.
Well, we have the two human factions in this. We have the company and we have the military. The military is here to make Pandora habitable for humanity, and then the company is here for money, which is funding the military presence here for some reason.
Which is already a problem, but my counter argument to that is humans fund billions of dollars into militaries just to throw it away. Like, we're not even guaranteed to get anything back. So the deficit of resources thing is not going to work purely because we would value victory over deficit of resources. That's just how the human military has functioned.
I think though the counter argument to the counter argument is that if they're trying to set up a habitable environment there, they can't just be throwing everything at exterminating a threat. They have to also plan and be smart about, okay, if we just keep throwing all this stuff out, we're not going to have anything that's going to be able to protect this base or this this setup. If we just keep throwing soldiers at it. And granted, I know that's also not in the movie. Technically, none of this stuff is in the movie. So we're
kind of part of the problem that it isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of part of the problem. Like, we get one throwaway line that Earth is dying. That means we're going to throw everything that we can at this to make it habitable. So sending soldiers out to die and just sending them out again and again is not going to be an issue in the grand scheme of things if the idea is to make it habitable for humanity. Because the idea is to leave Earth. Or at least that's the one line in the movie that we have to give the concept and credence to this. It's not great. The world building is fucking garbage in this movie.
The other, and I guess my final argument is that there is neither anything suggesting that they are unlimited in creating new soldiers, and there's nothing that says that they are limited. And so either way, we've just argued in circles for just to showcase how broken the world building is.
I mean, we're arguing about art, my guy. We're fine.
No, I agree.
It would be such an easy fix if they just brought up how they make these avatars and how they have a limited supply of whatever's required.
Yeah.
Boom. Infinite Army, problem solved.
You can't go into movie 3 after movie 1, okay? You got to go into movie 2 first, and then maybe if you're good, you get movie 3, okay?
Yeah, movie 3 gives them a chance to fix the issues we're bringing up here.
Yeah, the world building problems are just cascaded. Like, the world building was problematic in the first film, but here it just goes straight off a cliff. I have no idea where the world building in movie number 3 is going to be. Yeah, so what was your take on Quaritch coming back? Were you okay with that? Yeah, well, I mean, to bring us back to the original question, like, what was your take on Quaritch? Like, are you happy with him back, or?
I knew because every all the stories talking about like the multiple sequels to Avatar were like
James Cameron James Cameron gushed about the character, and I was infuriated when I heard it. I'm like, don't do that. You're better than this. You know how to make stories once upon a time. Come on.
Yeah. And I was kind of like, okay, well, I guess I'll be interested to see like how they bring him back because he freaking died. And I was like thinking, oh, he's gonna be like a cyborg or something, something like that. Because this man also made Terminator, so he knows a thing or two about robots. I think. If you're going story-wise, it is fitting that he becomes a Na'vi avatar because he hated, the
Yeah.
Na'vi so much. So it is an ironic, twist of fate that that would be like how he comes back in his new life, I liked that. It just felt like it seemed like they were setting up that, oh, he's a new person. He's not the Colonel anymore. Because essentially he just has his memories. He doesn't have like he's not the same person. He just has the memories of the person, and he can choose to, follow along. Ostensibly, though, he would be the same person. But, they kind of have a carrot with a, string saying, like, oh, but he's a new person. He's not, like, Porch. He's,
Did anyone else buy into that bait at all? Because
God, no.
I definitely didn't.
No. I was like,
especially since we saw his backup was right before he went out to die. So
Yeah.
it was like, it's not like when he first joined the military and that's his backup and he's like 20 or something.
Yeah.
Which would have been interesting if they went that route.
It would also, I take it back. You know what? He is a different character. He's much stupider in this film.
Yeah.
He's all more emotional. For the first one, he was not very emotional.
It's a syndrome. He's got a
family
now.
movie. It's a family movie.
He's got Na'vi blood in him. Now he's all one with nature and not militaristic. Except he throws that all the way at the end, anyways.
Yeah. So I liked a little Colonel. Huh? Get it? Like
nice. Well done.
Little Colonel of his kind of arc at the beginning of this, because it did feel like it was interesting enough that it kind of made me, I'm like, okay, bringing him back, it's okay. And then as this 3-hour movie unfolded, I was like, no, it should have been a different guy, or it should have been something different. This is just like...
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to what I said to Sprinks when he first brought it up. Like, I can work with the idea of him coming back. The problem is you have to justify it in a way that, like, give him a reasonable... He has to have a good story to go with it. So like the justification they give him back is, as we discussed, is filled with holes, but that would be worth it if his character arc was solid, which it's not.
They've got 3 more. They got 3 more movies. They'll be able to tie this all together somehow.
You know what? I would root for them if they could. Honestly,
yeah.
I would rather watch good movies than bad movies. Shockingly, but yeah. So,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm unfortunately optimistic for this franchise, just for the fact that it's planned out, unlike the Star Wars sequel trilogy.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be better. This is going to be better than the Star Wars sequels. That's not a high bar, but...
Well, I was going with an example of planned and unplanned.
Yeah.
James Cameron's been wanting this for a while and has it planned out. So I'm hoping it works out as a large planned story. But we'll find out in 20 years when it's done.
Now that I've returned, I believe he has all the way up to 7, 8 planned.
Rumored, yeah.
Welcome to the experts.
I think up to 5's confirmed, but rumored more than that. We're still in Act 1 if you want to throw something out there.
Oh, we're still in Act 1. Nice. Hopefully it wasn't taken. The first jump scare.
It was not taken.
Okay. There was maybe 4, maybe 5. I didn't necessarily tally. I've seen the movie twice.
I forgot about the jump scares.
There's jump scares in this movie, and they're not needed.
No, they're not.
It's really weird and off-putting. The first one is when the kids are trying to leave quietly from the shack after seeing the Marines, and a Marine comes out behind a tree and jumps them. It's a way to add some tension, I guess, and to make the bad guys seem a little more... I don't know if a jump scare is really to simplify evil, but to show mean. I don't know.
Make you be scared of him, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the first one, I believe, is when it comes around to grab Took. Something. Yeah. Was the train heist already covered?
No.
No. Okay.
But train heist, we can talk about that. I actually liked the train heist. On the surface, I see some problems with it. The fact that there wasn't much escort. I mean, it's nice that there was a nice touch that did have escort. Anyways, I like to see that Jake's using like basic military tactics to fight a guerrilla war, because that's the only shot he has to fight a war, really. Because the humans are portrayed as super powerful, just by virtue of the fact of us landing, and while I view the jump to warfare slightly problematic, but it's within character, so I don't really have too much of an issue. I think the guerrilla warfare tactics, at least that's showcased here, is fairly nice.
I think it's a nice little detail shown, which I guess is to show that they're even more of good guys, because I don't necessarily what they would do, but the trains seem to be automatic, with no humans on board or need of.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what they'd do if they were humans. I don't know if they'd kill them, if they'd capture, if they'd send them on their way.
Probably kill.
Just by the idea that
They blew up the
anybody,
train,
it seems,
so-
any human gets gets a arrow through the heart.
So
regardless.
I guess it's a nice little start that for a heist blowing up a train to get its goods, it didn't show the good guy, good guys killing anyone really at that point until a ship
the
came in.
pilots.
Yeah.
The pilots of the ship.
Pilots, the Marines,
we can
pretty much everybody.
They can shoot the glass. They can shoot through the glass now, which is
Well, they did that in the first one. At the second half of the first one.
Yeah, well, I
Because
mean,
they couldn't in the first half.
yeah, it's very weird. It's
I
inconsistent.
think it's all about angles and
I mean,
pressure.
what really does help is that usually when the arrows pierce the glass, is that they're flying directly at it, so the velocity is really helping. But it's not. It's still a little bit of a stretch. It's not horrible. It's just a nitpick.
It
Yeah,
seems like
I see it more of an
if it
issue from the
was-
first movie.
Yeah, it's something that
it's
carries
a
over from the first. So
I mean, not everyone on the human side was stupid in the first movie when they were sent back to Earth, or what I think is Earth. So I think they would know or have records of how they were kind of defeated in this first one to, up the glass or change it in some way where that wouldn't occur. But the other half of me is going, no, they're pretty dumb, and their leader was a guy who just wanted to play golf in the bridge. So maybe they're just like, well, we just didn't have enough last time, and that was their solution.
stupid and comically evil. That's That being said, problems aside, I actually really do like the human aesthetic in this film. I like the look of all their technology and stuff.
Yeah, those are right.
The little spider bots and the crab bots and the
The crab bots
torpedoes.
are good, but
I do.
They're very practical to me.
They're not practical, but they do look cool. Like I said, it fits with the niche aesthetic. I like it, but
the problem with the crabs is that they can look like crabs, like that's fine. They don't have to move like crabs, though.
I know.
Yeah.
Sideways walk.
Yeah.
How practical is that?
Or having a beam. I don't know if the use of the beam at the end of the ship was specifically for the crabs to launch themselves out into the water. That was odd to me.
beam.
There was like a fin or like a spoiler on the back of the ship when the crabs were jumping in the water, and they'd grab it and like hoist themselves off rather than just jumping off or walking off. I don't know.
For some reason I thought beam like laser beam.
Yeah, the same.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I like the heist part. We get to see the dynamic between the two brothers. Which one's the stupid one? Which one's the adult? Out of the two.
Yeah, the one holding a gun in the middle of a pillage session, guerrilla warfare, and he's just aiming a gun, just looking down while everyone's scampering about. Yeah, real characteristic.
Let's
I know
play
how to
guess
shoot my
which
gun.
one is going to be the main character of this movie.
Yeah, which one's gonna have growth?
And which one's gonna die?
I didn't think he was gonna die because he was so underdeveloped, but he was just thrown away.
I mean, that
We'll
was
get to
cannon
that.
fodder for.
Yeah,
for-
I mean,
for
he
death.
was so underdeveloped because he was already developed. That's the
He's
thing.
that was
He's the
yeah,
oldest. They can't kill kids.
He's not a kid. He's the oldest.
We
You'll have to talk to Near Terry about that one, Springs.
Yeah, well,
Anyways, yeah, the heist was cool. It was probably the closest I kind of felt to, like, I guess kind of like the original, the first one's like kind of action scenes that felt like pretty close.
Yeah, I guess I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything else off the top of my head for Act 1.
I'll.
Uh,
I don't know if it's something to go off with, but during the train heist, Jake is still Muruk Tato, or what is it?
the leader.
The leader. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the
Muruk Tato or
chief.
something.
Yeah.
Turuk
Yeah, he's still the
Makto.
chief. So when he's looking after the missile, I guess, strikes during the train for them to evac and fall back, he's checking bodies, looking for his son, and he like checks one guy. He could be alive, just leaves him. His son could be dead, but he like once he recognizes his son, he stays until he starts breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's like,
Well, I mean,
his
I
priority
understand.
was
Yeah.
on his son, but he wasn't like telling other people to like get people out. It's I don't
All
know.
I could say through this is we see that Jake cares more about his family than his tribe
Yeah.
throughout this whole
Unless
thing.
Jake was able to easily identify that first touch of the first dude was already dead, which I don't think so, but sure. I don't know if it's touched. Did we discuss that it now shows the day and night cycle of how it works on Pandora
It was not touched on.
with the eclipse?
Go ahead. You want to talk more about it? Or are you just pointing it out?
At this point, no. And I think the last act, yes. But right now it's just something shown of like how it works.
Yeah. I mean,
Which I think is-
Pandora is a moon, so it is kind of cool that that's how it sort of works. But it's still, I guess. I don't know. My thought went away. All right.
Okay. Well, I'll bring up when the kids are in the forest and Quaritch is looking at the pods from the first movie.
Mhm.
Where we get to see Kiri or Sigourney Weaver.
Sigourney Weaver's. It's Sigourney Weaver.
It's
Yeah.
it's a
I
little
mean, I
odd.
wrote Weaver in my notes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a little
Weaver.
odd to hear an adult voice coming out of this young teenage girl. But
Crimson
yeah,
Hat.
it's
I don't
not.
know.
It's
Crimson
not
brought
like.
that up.
Yeah, it's not horrible because I like Sigourney Weaver a lot.
I do
but
like
it's
Sigourney,
still a little odd for me.
Yeah, the beginning I thought she did well, but there were definitely parts later and specific lines that make it very apparent that it's an old woman talking.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get to see a start here that her character has a special connection with nature when she like, conks out on the grass,
To Awa.
and we get to Awa,
Awa.
and apparently
Which
it's a
makes sense to
normal
me.
occurrence.
At least what I think I've puzzled together to make it understandable why.
Let's hear it.
At the time for the transfer of when Weaver's human body was shot and they're trying to transfer the human to the avatar and it didn't work, as she's dying, her last breath, she says like she can see Awa and could feel her, so she's connected at one aspect, but it didn't transfer all the way. I think that connection has affected the pregnancy of the avatar.
To what degree? What do you mean?
Because to get Awa to take the human form into the avatar of Weaver, and it didn't go all the way through, as we know, when she died.
Oh, I see.
They kept the avatar. They didn't like dispose of it because, in the first movie it stated Jake was used because he's an identical twin to his brother, so he can use the avatar. So her avatar wouldn't be in any use at that point unless they made a clone of Weaver. So they kept it, and I think they kept it knowing at that time that it was pregnant to see if it could still deliver. and the delivery of Kiri of the avatar of Weaver was connected to Awa because of that scene in the first movie. That's why I think Kiri is connected and can do these things in this movie.
It's a very literal interpretation. I think James Cameron just wants us to believe it's a miracle birth.
It's a virgin birth.
Yeah,
Both aren't mutually exclusive.
yeah. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that I think James Cameron definitely leaned more one way or the other over the other. Because we know Aowa at least has Sigourney Weaver's memories. Like she wasn't transferred, but she was more or less downloaded, and that's confirmed in this, into Aowa. So,
Which is actually shown now what that does, which is good.
yes,
It's not just close your eyes and we don't know.
yeah. It's also we also know her avatar was also directly connected to Aowa or to the tree at the time of they're trying to transfer her over. So that helps a little.
Yeah, it kind of makes the whole Awa stuff a little confusing for me because
Oh, you're confused?
I am, because Sigourney Weaver's character seemed like she was cognizant in when she communed with Kiri later in the film, but all the other times we see people connecting to the spirit tree, it's kind of like through a passive memory that they can interact with. But when Kiri interacts with Weaver, it seems like an actual conversation that takes place between two sentient beings. I don't know what the rules of communing with Awa is.
The
There
same
is
as it
one.
is with
And there are many.
communing with their animals. So I don't know.
The fact that you don't get it makes it really, really deep. Don't you understand?
Right. I just need to think big.
No, but yeah, I mean again, that's something where I'm like, I know there's a really simple way to explain this, and they're just choosing not to, so that you don't really, it's because it would be so simple, and so to just say it would like you wouldn't be like, oh, okay, and you wouldn't think about it ever again. So they're just like planting that seed of like, remember, you could keep thinking about this thing that's pretty cool, right? I hate that.
Let's see. I guess only two things, if anyone wants to touch on them. If not, we'll just move on. Is when they get back to their camp after the train heist, and the rescue of the kids. Anyone feel strong to make comments on those at all?
I think Ryder brought it up earlier that the Marine versions now of Na'vi don't really give much difference of why they are, because they're supposed to be, they have the agility and the strength of a Na'vi, and they got the upper hand and
It's
whatever.
a potent mix.
And Jake just starts wiping them out with an axe.
Again, like I
listen,
said,
the tomahawk
I think,
was cool, but only that. It was just cool. That's it.
like I said, the only thing I can think of to put, and it's not in the script. It's on. I know. I'm just writing for the movie. It's fine. Is that he is more? He's like grown more adept at like the Na'vi way, so he's more able to use their actual abilities, whereas the Marines are just kind of like, oh, well, it just improves our already great abilities, so there's no reason why we would ever have to do anything with the Na'vi abilities. So that's all I can say, but that's a very very weak statement. I know.
Given Pandora's harsh environment, it is very. I'm surprised that they let Spider go out with the family regularly.
Okay, I'm glad you touched on that because that just reminded me of something.
Because Pandora is extremely hostile to even Na'vi. We're showing that in the first film too. So there is definitely a change in either Aowa's character or a lot of fucking plot armor was added.
So there's a scene. There's a scene with the. Is she a corporal or is she a command? I don't. The Edie Falco. Yeah, the general. Edie Falco. I'm just.
Yeah.
Carmelo Soprano. Where she's like, oh, we can't. We've tried to find their camp, and our ships only last like 10 minutes before they're overrun by the fauna and everything, and they get killed. Maybe your Na'vi avatars can go in there and undetected, and your pheromones or whatever won't attract anything. And guess what? It works. They don't go for the ships. However, how is like a 15-year-old boy able to just like go in and out of there with no problems whatsoever and survive? It's impossible.
Good point.
Yeah, this
Because they-
this movie's world building has some
excuse that
fucking
the Na'vi
problems.
protect them. That's pretty much it. That's
But-
weak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, remember, he's not family. They treat him like a stray cat.
well, he even says like he was like,
despite,
I
what
paint
despite what the film was trying to tell us thematically.
when I paint myself blue, I become faster. And they're like, yeah, sure. And he was like, yeah, and I think even the animals start to respect me once I paint myself blue. And it's like, oh, come on, so flimsy.
Really reaching here.
And do they no longer have those like the thermal scans that they had in the first movie or motion trackers, whatever they had in the first one
Yeah.
for their ground troops?
I-
Does that not exist anymore?
Evidently not. I mean, don't get me wrong. They explain the way the tracking for the Hallelujah Mountains in the first film. Like, there's at least some lines
Yeah.
of dialogue to explain their inability to track people through there away, which makes sense as to why Jake would set up his fucking guerrilla base camp there. But still, problems.
10+ years of technical advancements as well.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they try to
I'm
work
more
around that.
I'm more pissed off they don't have satellites in place yet. Like, this is basic shit.
That
We,
too.
we put satellites above things
Yeah.
we haven't even landed on. So
Because they even go into a whole thing later on. I think like the second or third act, where they talk about, oh, we haven't gone over there. That's uncharted. Even though they have like a chart of it, like nobody
Oh,
goes there.
yeah.
It's like, what are you talking? You don't have to go there. You can send like freaking satellites or something to just scan it. Like you don't have to send people there.
comically evil, comically stupid.
Yeah. So
They also say, the reef's kind of uncharted, but we know all
Yeah.
the tribes, what they speak, how many people there are. I mean,
Oh,
hold on, what?
We'll fucking get to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Also, we didn't really, I think, say this specifically. So, the new objective is Earth is dying, and they're trying to colonize Pandora. So, no, and they even, which I found very funny, probably they pivoted in the movie. I'm sure he planned this all out, but probably because unobtainium was so fucking stupid, they were like, nope, we're not doing any mining anymore. It's going to be habitat.
Okay, at least so correct me if I'm wrong. Unobtainium, it's supposed to be like super electroconductive, right? Like, that was the reasoning given for why it was so important and why it was worth so much.
Some super metal. I don't remember the properties.
I can't remember why they wanted it so
And
badly.
like, yeah, I mean, like, why
Rarest element.
why stop? It was collecting it. It's
Because the
the name is stupid, but it's still a relevant metal, especially if Earth is dying and out of resources.
now it's all about keeping those people left alive and young.
I'd like to believe I see it differently than all three of you. I
Okay.
think they still are going after unobtainium. That was just a part of the movie that was never shown because it didn't involve Jake.
There's a line in the movie we say that they're not here for that anymore.
Said by
The
general.
Like mining is done basically.
They literally say the mining is done. We're not here for that anymore.
I guess she does trust the colonel enough. But what is shown, can go off of what is shown. The whole story of the water with Jake and the colonel is shown to the water. It does not stop the process of anything going on in, I think it's Bridgehead City. think that was the name of it, or any other operation that is currently going on. I don't think the whale is the main focal point.
No, I mean, obviously we're here because the story is here. Like I
Yeah.
said, but the fact that they have a line saying they're not mining it anymore is a problem.
The only thing I don't believe it, but there's a small chance that she said that to the colonel just so the colonel wouldn't think about it, because that's what his past self mission was to do. But he's competent enough to know that a new mission is the new mission kind of thing, because he's very marine and military to it. So I believe she would trust him enough to just say that as a truth and not to manipulate him to not even think about that prior mission. But
Anyway,
because
world building is bad.
was just like to track down Jake Sully. That's kind of the mission he was given.
Mhm.
The whole whale immortality goop is not on his radar. That's for the whole Fisher torpedo
Company.
people. And the torpedo people aren't a mission for the colonel, which gives me thought that there are other things going on Pandora for the humans other than just the whales. But that's just what's shown because it connects to the Jake's family and the tribe that they're currently in and the water stuff. I could have a thought that if the third movie comes around and they go back to the forest could be destroyed. Forest could have their whole own story to tell. Unobtainium could have been something they got because without Jake around, they didn't have the military aspect to see what he does with the guerrilla warfare. So they
all could be wiped out by the time he gets back.
They could all be wiped out, and they could have the unobtainium. Don't know, but I don't think it's just solely focused on the whales this time arriving to Pandora. And
Well, I mean,
they were in the development of it in the first movie, of thinking that there's so many other things. I think that though, in the first movie and more than likely in this one, humans are only at one section of Pandora. I don't think on the opposite side of the moon there's a whole other human colonized area to track things down. I think it's all isolated in one area. I think.
From what we've seen, that's all we got, yeah.
Or at least a general hub, because they can send out, in the first movie, they can send out, the pods and the shacks wherever kind of they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess they just use their ships in this one to use it. The big water ship is kind of their hub for the water and whatnot.
So, anyways, Act 1. Anybody got anything else going on?
Okay. My last little bit is a little detail I saw when Quaritch crushed his skull. There was some scratches on his skull from when he got scratched in the first one. Or his scars from the first one.
Man, those cuts went deep then. If they were on his skull,
they did. They were on his skull. On his skull. That was my last bit. Anyone else?
For Act 1, I think that's it. Spider, kind of. I mean, he's not injured. He trips and falls and is, I guess, out of breath. Like the wind got knocked out of him.
Well, he's also handcuffed or whatever.
Yeah. I'm okay. I think it's fine just because he's human compared to the Na'vi, even though he's essentially raised by them. So that makes sense. Or the reason why he was the one. He was the one that got captured. Yeah. Because the other kids were also bound.
Yeah, all the kids got captured.
Yeah, and he also wasn't the parents' priority either.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, they made that pretty clear through the beginning.
Oh yeah. Natiri really just thinks he's still an alien.
Which I find ironic, given that.
Which is problematic for the theme of the movie, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
All right. Right or sister, anything?
No.
Last thing I'll touch on is the kids, but we'll obviously going to talk that a lot more as we go on. But the kids are all mostly individual characters, except for the older brother. He's fairly generic, but he doesn't really need to be expanded on. Though I wish he was, because I liked him.
considering he died, I agree. I wish he had more of a character.
Yeah, I wish he had more because I wanted to care more about him. Because for what little we have of him, I liked what little I had. Just not enough to flesh him out for me to care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone cried when he died.
But yeah. So Courage captures the kids. You know, maybe they'll learn from this experience. Maybe it won't happen again. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Next.
Alright, Act 2, we start from Jake wants to leave the tribe when Jake tells Loak, I probably said that wrong, the troublemaker son, to make peace with the bully kid.
The bully.
The bully kid.
The bully.
Man, this is the movie's. This Act 2 and Act. I think what we have here, Act 2 and Act 3, really slow the fuck down.
Yeah.
I could see that. I'm usually pretty alright with these slower moments in movies, so it didn't really bother me too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, I also like the charitable version of it. Yeah, obviously, it's slowing down so we can have time with these characters to build them, to build them up so we can care about them, which, you know, could have worked a little bit harder in that regard, because time was not your problem.
Yeah. Don't worry, the next one's reportedly 9 hours right now.
So awesome. Because more time is better.
Yeah.
I think my issue with it going like an Act 2 where I think like up until like the third act it's this slow for like pretty much up until then. Maybe even the fourth act, it's kind of a blur. But anyways, I think the main issue with it being slow is because there's so much going on in the first act, and which you kind of. I understand why there's so much going on. It's because there's a lot to catch up on because they're time jumping and all that stuff. Which I don't know. For a 3-hour-long movie, I don't think you need to do too many time jumps. But anyways, and then you like. Take this really, really, really slow after like a whole bunch of like stuff just kind of comes back to back to back. It makes it feel a lot slower than it is even because this isn't. I mean, there's a lot going on and these ones still, but like because of so much stuff happened in the first act, it feels a lot slower than it needs to be.
Yeah, there are some pacing issues for sure. I'm not saying it's necessarily a problem because I would prefer a story slow down to build up its characters after the hook act is completed, but because I mean, like the intention with this act is to start the whole coming of age story with the middle child, the misbehaving one, the one who always screwed up, Loak, yeah. Like the idea is to start his coming of age story here, which is not inherently a bad idea. That's something that I think you would want to do as a writer. You've introduced new characters, you want to make us care about them. But obviously we kind of alluded to it. Some of the swimming scenes here can really, really drag on.
Hey, if you like spend millions of dollars to make a camera that can do this stuff, you're going to use it, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with you, but I would happily watch like 45 minutes of this footage as background noise, like white noise, just a Pandora ocean stuff, but not when you're trying to tell a story.
I agree.
I'm going to pose a question. That springs first. So we find that Jake wants to leave the tribe because he thinks it will be better for his family and his tribe if they aren't there. Do you think that's in Jake's character that we know him, that he'd rather run than fight?
Not. Ooh, that's a tough question. Not necessarily because it's not necessarily shown a lot because it kind of jumped to the humans arriving at the beginning of how much of a family man family man Jake is. All that's really shown is how he talks to them, which is still very military, which gives me the thought that it's more on that aspect of he'd more be for the fight, since that's who he communicates. But then again, he doesn't really have much experience, so it's just what he knows.
This is why they
So-
shouldn't have rushed to the beginning. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say it's okay because it's not like he only has one kid. He has 3 biological kids, and then Kiri. So
And Spider.
I don't know if they ever call Spider their actual kid,
We
Well,
do at the end, but yeah.
or Spider calls them mom or dad, like Kiri does. So I think with 4 children, he is more in the mindset of leaving. So it's tough, but I'll say yes, that it's in his character to leave. Because it does show in this movie that Jake's kind of priority is to protect the family. And I guess it's shown a little through the train heist, that he prioritizes his kids more than just his own tribe. So yeah.
I guess
Anyway,
my
with my answer, I'm dipping out a second time. I apologize to the audience that appreciates my word.
was warned.
We'll be back.
see. I guess what I was going to counter with him was Jake still willing to put his kids in the fight. They were technically recon, but they're still in the danger zone in combat from where they were flying. So he seems fine with his kids being part of the fight. But
There's a level of, like-
same question.
sorry.
Go ahead and elaborate, I guess.
Okay, so I guess there's a level of, like, it does in part skip the cliche of, like, you're not ready, you can't do this. Like, he's giving them what he thinks they're ready for. So he's starting out live with recon. That to me is not, I don't see that as much of an issue.
Mhm.
As for,
That's also probably a part of the Na'vi culture is to
Yeah.
have them being, yeah.
you gotta start them young, and I mean, like, if you're going on a hunt, you're going out with adults, you're not going to be the one doing the final blows and stuff like that, but you're going to watch, you're going to still experience and observe, and then you'll slowly be incorporated as to what the Na'vi are doing. So that to me, him having his kids with him is fine. As to whether it's in character for him leaving, I think leaving is a smart decision in order to protect his family. I am on the fence whether it's in character for him. Like, I can't give you a definitive answer because I can see, like, the aspect of where he was a Marine and he put so much effort into wanting to protect the Na'vi in the first film. Like, from what we understand him then, like, if this was Jake directly ported over from Avatar 1, then I would probably lean more it's out of character for him to leave. The only reason they have caveats as to why it's not out of character is because a decade of time has passed. He has a family. He clearly cares about them. The family is clearly his priority. It's definitely very muddled. So I don't know if he would abandon his tribe, because I feel like he would have grown attached to his tribe during that time, especially since he's the leader.
As leader. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, that to me is a little harder to convince me, and I'm less on the fence about him abandoning his tribe. Like, that to me is out of character. Him leaving, I think, is in character because it's a smart decision. What are you gonna do against a force that their landing gear will fucking eradicate you? So I think it would have been more worthwhile or made more sense if he brought his tribe with him and they migrated as a group. That to me would make more sense than what we actually have. So that specific facet is out of character. The idea of him leaving, I can see that's the one I'm on the fence of. I can see both for that one.
I think, though, the soldier part of him is definitely present through most of this, but I think, and granted, I think there's also an element here that hopefully none of us here have experienced so far. I've known you guys long enough. I'm thinking of you have had kids. very strange out of all of a sudden. But I think there is an element though of like kind of like when you're younger and you know, because you know Jake Sully's single, not a single guy, but you know, like you know, he has the girlfriend.
Oh, like your whole life changes when you have kids, that sort of thing. Your perception,
like that. Yeah, that your priorities change, and probably some of your thing. You know, you what you would have done, like if you would have like gone like bungee jumping in like the Grand Canyon or whatever before you had kids, probably not going to do that after, or you would do something different. You know, it would change you in some form or fashion. So I don't think it's different, but I don't think it's necessarily out of character given this Jake Sully we're given in this one. It does strike a little bit. I feel like it doesn't fit, even with that like information. It doesn't sit entirely right with me that it's perfect. I think there were other choices that would have been better and suited the character a little bit more. I feel like him instantly cutting off from the tribe seems a little bit rash, but again, the smoke screen of him being like a family man now covers a lot of that, whether we want it to or not. So I don't know. There's an element there of like it's kind of 50-50 of whether I think it's in character or not.
Because I guess two outside elements is he. I just had it. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me, brain.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. He said it would be better for the tribe as well if they were to leave. And
we're not really given an explanation. Really?
Yeah, I immediately wrote in my notes, "Tribe's dead when he leaves," because Springs kind of brought it up briefly. Surprisingly, I didn't think he would. Where he's the reason the tribe is still going.
Yeah,
he's the tactician.
He knows how the human military works. He knows how their tactics work. Yes, he is the reason they're still going.
He is leaving his tribe to die, which I just think is not his character, especially as leader. Even Neytiri's like, I'd fight here with the kids here. I'm fine with that, and it's part of my people. So to me, it all doesn't add up, even with the family angle, because even Neytiri, I mean, she's their mom.
But she's also she's native Na'vi. They have, I'm sure, entirely different, you know, family dynamics. That's not, it's not written in there, but they're probably a little.
It would be a safe assumption.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, you know, because you know he's Earth and we have our customs of like, you know, dealing with kids and everything. I'm sure it's a very different sort of hierarchy of values. You know, it's like, well, the kids are involved, you know, they need to be strong, and kind of coddling them is not okay. We have that too, but you know, I'm sure there's a little bit more of a less of a kind of a safety net for them, and so she's kind of, you know, like, but I think she also understands his kind of form of family as well as her own form of family.
We've seen technically 4, but really 3 chief relationships. We had Neytiri's father and mom's relationship where they're pretty much even with each other, even more to where the mom was kind of making decisions.
At least the spiritual later ones.
Yeah. And the reef people, same thing with the chief and his wife there. So I don't know if it's like I'm chief, must rule. Well, no, I'm a little heavy-handed with that, but you get what I'm saying, nonetheless.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It doesn't add up to me. And something that bugged me with them going to the reef was how short of a period it appeared to take. It looked like it was one day, or
I think
one
it
night
was
to fly.
I think it was a couple days. But
it probably
looked like one night.
It probably was a couple of days. It was just expedient for our sake, which is still problematic. I would have preferred like a scene of them all sitting around a campfire to show that they stopped somewhere and show that this is a journey that they're taking. Or, they could throw a quick line of dialogue out when they first arrive saying, oh, yeah, it took us a week to get here. Sorry. Don't turn us away. We need to stay here for at least tonight, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm going with it looked like one night because they didn't say otherwise.
Yes.
To the
The
viewer,
differences
one
in
night.
weather kind of clued me in that it was at least 2 or 3 days.
You'd hope it would be longer, but I would want it to be like a week. But from what at least I saw, maybe I'd missed something. It looked like one night. And if it truly is that short a time, which sounds like
Maybe
we're debating
you
on whether it is,
You should count the cuts in the scene.
That'll.
no, like
That's
Randy
funny.
said, they could have easily said a quick line or shown them
I know.
taking a pit stop.
Yeah.
There's a lot they could have done.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm also illustrating a point that there is a level of time dilation happening there.
I don't know.
I
don't feel like we see that.
I mean, it was. I did not feel. When I watched it, granted, entirely different person here. When I watched it, I did not feel like it was one day. That's all I'm going to say.
What did
we got? What do you think?
I didn't. I just saw it as a travel sequence. I didn't actually keep track of time. So if it looked like it was one night, I don't know. I'd have to watch it again to give you a definitive answer on that one. Sorry.
All right. Inconclusive then.
Yeah, like I said, it was not something I was paying attention to. I was still lost, mortified at the fact they were leaving.
Yeah.
The tribe behind. I'm like, you're not gonna bring them with you? The fuck is wrong with you?
Well, there's also the aspect. I don't think the tribe would have left anyways. But
yeah, that's. I mean, I think probably also a factor. It's like I'm not gonna ask all these people to.
Yeah, but like they're still needed to. Like, I was still mortified at the fact that they just left. Like there was not that conversation. Because the Terry's mom is still alive, and I think the Terry's mom would have had something to say about that fact that they're fucking leaving.
Yeah, all we see is them appoint a new chief, and they walk away in shame.
Yeah.
Usually the chiefs die to get the next one, but he's leaving.
Here's something. That'll make it all worthwhile.
Okay.
It's gonna be a plot point in one of the future movies. There you go.
Sure.
So I'll label this complaint down as TBD then.
Yes, if it's whatever they did in this one, they didn't handle it correctly. Is probably they didn't handle it correctly for a very specific reason of it might be a factor for a future storyline.
Grander
That's all I'm gonna
plans.
say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Just I guess end it. I think it's out of character.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else got something popcorn? We pretty much just did that from the very beginning.
Does anybody feel like Crimson is out of character?
Sure. Let's talk
think
about.
you might have done.
Let's talk about the new Na'vi tribe. I'm gonna ignore the conveniences that
The fish people.
Yeah, the water tribe. I'm gonna
The Harry Potter fish people. Yes.
I'm gonna ignore the fact of like they speak the same language, which is very lucky. But like I said, that there is some wiggle room for because Iowa could connect them all theoretically.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I wrote that down as technically a nitpick because that can be explained away. They just haven't said anything regarding that.
Well,
and I'm also
is Jake is familiar and has talked to the chief before.
Yes.
So there's some relation
communal,
between tribes.
That is true.
That was my only explanation of it.
That is true. So I want to say I do like the distinct differences from the water tribe to the forest tribe. Like they have physiological differences which are nice that I appreciate. Just given for the fact that like we have different skin color for different continents and stuff like that essentially, and different levels of sunlight that we're exposed to in that continent, and that's where we inherit it from. So it is nice. It is a nice touch. Man,
and their skin color matches the water better too.
Yeah, and man, is it lucky that they allowed them to stay.
I find, I mean, it is lucky, but I don't find it outside the realm of possibilities.
Like I said, it's not.
Since
It's
this world is pretty communal.
yeah. Like I said, I don't think it is a season's problem. I just write this down as convenient. It's not really. It's just something to note.
Well, isn't it cool that they were like the main characters of the story, so they got like to do.
Well,
Snarky.
yeah. I'm bringing this up now because
No, I
it's
get
a
it.
problem later.
No, I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
I don't know. I like that they're physiologically different, but it also poses an issue I have. For
They wouldn't be able to do anything that they could do like at all.
well, there's that aspect. They would just be worse. But my issue is the breathing underwater.
Yeah.
They should, of course, breathe longer since their body's physically adapted to water. So you would imagine the lungs would adapt with them.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Jake's kids so quickly adapted to be as good as them just seemed physically impossible. Because you can try so hard, but you're only physically capable to a certain degree. You can be Kate Winslet, but 9 minutes, that's going to be hard to beat past 7, you know? There's a limit. And since our Na'vi, I guess, that they're just not adapted for it. So that seemed kind of ridiculous to me.
I mean, you got to make it work however you can. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I would have appreciated them like getting to the peak of what they could do before the physiology was became a problem for them. Like I would have, I would like it would be something to say you can get as good as you can with what you're given, pretty much, you know. But you have that wall that you just can't get over.
Yeah. I mean,
And let's say kids do adapt easier, but physiological changes is a bit harder to sell.
I think the problem is that like they're shown. It would be one thing if like okay they can be decent. They're not going to be as good, but they'll be decent. You know. I think the problem is that they show them being like as good, if not better in certain form. You know.
Precisely.
That's the problem.
Because it might have lengthened the slow period, but if they had like a competition between each other, like who can breathe the longest underwater once they're proficient in it, and you can tell that the reef people are still way superior, even if they our Na'vi have gotten really good. But we never see that. Every other instance, like when they're getting chased by the submarines and stuff, they're at the same level. It's never a problem.
Yeah.
Once they hit the air pockets, they're like, they're all on the same playing field. So that was the problem I had.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback off of that a little bit. Like I said, I don't necessarily. It being slow is not the problem. It just feeling very, very paper thin is the problem.
Long training montage.
Yeah, it's well, especially because it all just feels like it's just all going to the same spot. So like you don't need to see this if you kind of know where they're going with it. I guess is kind of part of the issue. Like, because it kind of in like the third act turns into Free Willy basically. So don't really. If I want to watch Free Willy, I'll watch Free Willy. I don't want to watch Free Willy in like a 3-hour movie.
Free Willy in space.
Free Willy in space.
Everything's better in space.
It's not really. I also know that's not a good connection or connection. It's not exactly Free Willy, but that's an easy way to pitch it as Free Willy. Yeah. I don't think
You
there's
got something
anything.
shoot out?
I think.
We get the creature training. If you got anything on that?
I do appreciate they show Jake struggling.
I like that they
trying
tried
to
to
learn
do
how
the
to.
exact same thing he did with the whatever the
flyers.
Yeah.
whatever they're called.
which he did, and that like made him succeed on it, and that it didn't work for the water version of it.
Yeah, I really like the Reef People's chief. what was Tonawari.
Tonawari.
He was a pretty good character. I liked him.
His
He's very
wife,
helpful. Yeah, wife, a little high strung, but makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
If you got a nice softy leader, you gotta have
Well, yeah,
backup,
because even Jake was like,
advisor
we
that's
don't.
a little tougher.
Yeah, because even Jake was like, we don't have to worry about him. We have to worry about his wife.
Yeah.
You have devil's blood.
The
Heavily racist.
skim wings.
Yeah, I mean that's a big factor. This movie is.
Yeah.
The one Jake rides is called a skim wing. At least I think so. I got it off the Lego set because.
Well, Lego is
know how to
always trying
describe
to
the
check their facts. So
Yeah. Pretty cool design. I thought those looked pretty cool. The other ones that the kids were training with, I'll just call them Lapras from Pokemon.
okay.
All right.
Not as cool. Well,
I want to say, like, once again, like, as much as the world building fucking sucks in terms of writing, I do love looking at the world of Pandora. Like, the underwater shots and all the flora and life that under the water looks fucking gorgeous.
the water looked real. That was pretty crazy.
I think they're missing a huge opportunity in just making these just be like ambient background, like YouTube videos, like
Just the Best Buy TV monitor.
Yeah, seriously.
I want to go to a swim track at Universal Studios where you just go underwater and with goggles and it just feels like you're swimming in Pandora. That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Then you got all the punks peeing.
I'm sorry. It's not. Sorry, not Universal Studios. I meant Disneyland or Disney World. Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Screwing over my overlord corporations here. Gotta get right.
Well, technically, Avatar is still a Fox property, so.
Well, guess who bought Fox?
I know. That's what we talk about. Like, cause it still said 20th Century Fox. I was like, should say Disney, but which is amazing that they still went through with this movie.
They needed the income because Phase 4 worked out really well for them.
Yeah, all the training stuff is, I don't know. It's kind of.
It's by the numbers. I'm happy it's here because that means that none of them are necessarily a Mary Sue or Gary Sue. So it shows that they're at least learning.
Well, except maybe Kiri. She was pretty much
Kiri and Jake.
Connection to.
Kiri and Jake are the closest, I think, to like being Mary Sue and Gary Sue.
Yeah, because he literally only fails like one time, and then he immediately gets it later on. We don't see him like kind of failing again or again.
It's kind of hard to tell if time's passed, but I agree. We don't see much more from Jake on that.
We'll have to just assume time passed once again.
Yes.
Something that is kind of apparent during the slower middle area here that I didn't like was how Neytiri was barely utilized in it.
Yeah, Neytiri's not a character
in this movie, except the ending for the most part.
Yeah, which is
we didn't see her interact with the tribe. She didn't try any of the water stuff. Just there in the background somewhere.
Yeah, Neytiri needed to be in this movie a little bit more, especially with the ending that we get. What they're trying to do with her character, we needed more of her, either hating Spider or slowly come to accept him. Because we just get one line of dialogue to set up that she fucking hates him, and nothing happens with that over the years that Spider's been with the family.
Yeah. Probably around this point, I kind of realized, oh, this is a story about the kids and not like Jake and Neytiri. It does become a little bit more Jake focused towards the end.
Yeah,
but it was a little disheartening because I was like, okay, I understand this is supposed to be like about focusing on like their kids kind of growing up and a coming of age sort of thing, in this environment. But I just feel like there's also just not enough there to merit that story arc because it's kind of all superfluous,
The fact that the reason people forget Jake's name in Avatar 1 is problematic, which is why we should also have a sharper focus on him to care about him a little more, because there wasn't really much of that in the first one. It's just he's our window to Pandora. He's the eyes at which we experience the film. We don't. He's not.
Yeah.
There's not really much more to his character besides that. And
Mm.
you know, the obvious, like gaining freedom, newfound freedom, and stuff like that. But it's very. We needed a little more to care about him, I think, in this film.
Because of how nothing he was in the first one, I did like him more in this.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
guess good on him for that part.
Like I said, I will say this: there is more character work being done in this film.
Yeah.
The problem is the character work is just sloppy.
I mean, I think it could be a little. I mean, it feels weird saying it because it's a 3-hour movie. All these issues shouldn't be issues.
Correct.
I concur.
Like there shouldn't be this like sense of like a lack of character growth or a lack of characters getting screen time. Like if you have 3 hours.
Dude, you have 3 hours to tell your story, my guy. Come on.
I should be bored of how much character development there's going on for 3 hours. I should be wanting like less information almost if it's 3 hours.
Yeah.
Granted, that's rarely the case because usually if something's 3 hours, it's supposed to be 3 hours long.
Yeah.
So that's probably my biggest pet. Not pet peeve. It's my biggest peeve with this movie. It's like it doesn't feel like it needs to be this long.
Yeah. I know more about the hobbits in the first 20 minutes of the first Lord of the Rings movie than I do about the Water Tribe in the 2 hours that they're present in this film. Which shows you how paper thin this fucking script is, unfortunately. Because it's character work can be done quickly, but it can be done when you're writing dialogue or you're writing a script, you have to be multifaceted in your way of approaching it. You have to imply character within your dialogue, and you have to you also have to do stuff. You have to show the character on screen growing as well. The problem is they do one or the other, which really drags the film back, because they have the time to tell their character story clearly. They have the time to tell it coherently in a sense, in a way that also makes sense. And with here, the only character that I think approaches that sort of makes sense with their character arc is Lokai's character arc, the outsider misfit storyline.
Yeah,
that's coherent. It's still muddled with problems, but it's the only one with a through line from beginning to end of this film.
Yeah, and there's seven or eight characters in here who kind of should all have a similar arc, and there's really only one that kind of does.
Yeah, and and here's the thing. I know people are going to say, it has too many characters to focus on, and that's the problem. And I'm just going to cite Lord of the Rings again. Fellowship of the Ring, there's 9 main characters here. I understand and know who all of them are by the end of that film. So I wasn't confused. So it's not an excuse. They have the time to tell the story for each character. They just didn't, which is a problem. It's shallow and it sucks.
I'll throw in a positive for James Cameron here.
Thank you. Thank you.
He did better than Eternals.
I agree.
Similar movies.
Like I said, there is actually something here for these characters. So yeah.
I how did you guys feel about the whole I feel like they kept up the whole bullying part of this a lot longer than they needed to. I don't know. I felt like at some point the the kids had kind of come into their own as far as the Water Tribe, adeptness was concerned. So it kind of felt like them still ragging on them felt a little bit overdone. I don't know if maybe I'm alone in that, or if somebody had some.
I agree. Once the Loak or something.
Yeah.
Once he apologized, I think that should have been it. The whole dragging him out in the middle of nowhere to just get stranded. It's just
And
too
kill
over the
him.
top.
They're intentionally trying to
Yeah,
kill
like,
him.
kill
You can't
know
do
if-
pussy around
I
that.
don't
They're
know if
trying to
were
kill him.
trying to kill him.
I mean,
But they-
they left him to deal with a shark by himself. What's the result?
Well, they didn't know the shark was there.
They didn't know the whale was there
Okay.
either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think their intention was just to leave him in the middle of nowhere, which, granted, could kill somebody.
Yeah. I was gonna
But
say,
I don't think their intention was to serve him up as bait for.
I thought
but
they
still.
intentionally were leading him there because the shark hunted in that area. So I get a little bit of a different reading, but
I thought that at first, but I think
you're probably
more,
you're probably
yeah.
right, Crimson. I just
Yeah.
Seeing their
there's
reaction
an area where you can think that. Yeah.
once it's told that he got left out with Jake and all that, the bullies seemed genuinely like, oh, I didn't mean it to be this far.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like to me.
So I'm gonna complain a bit about the bullying thing a bit because yes,
Okay.
it does drag on, but this is such basic character work that I'm surprised James Cameron didn't fucking do it because I mean he's written good stories before. So I'm not, Terminator 2 and Aliens are some of my favorite fucking films. So what you should do with, or here's a suggestion for any other would-be writers out there, if you're going to write a storyline like this with bullying, the typical route is to go earning each other's respect, typically. So have it, they go out hunting, the shark attacks the bullies instead, and Lokai saves them.
Yeah.
There. Bully arc done. Respect earned. Like this is not difficult to write. It's just once again, it feels bloated.
Well, the whole reason it was there is so that
The whale is
could
introduced.
have
Yeah.
his one-on-one with the whale.
Yeah.
It was less for
Which I
the
did
bully
like.
relationship and more for introducing the whale.
Yeah, I did like the whale. It definitely went on longer than it needed to, but I liked about 5 minutes of it.
Mm-hmm.
Decent.
Yes, I guess the only things I have. We didn't really talk about Quaritch, so
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
the
Let's go.
interrogation of Spider and stuff like that. So
Well, Lucky Spider can
interrogation
resist
machine?
the interrogation machine, but
it seems like a machine that's impossible to
Yeah.
cheat. It literally scanned your brain for any inkling of thought regarding your questioning. So normal people, when asked something, their mind thinks of it, they just don't say it. But he literally can't think of what they're asking for him.
Yeah.
I don't know how he could do that.
oh, you see what happened was Jake trained them all from birth to resist this specific machine.
Yeah, you got me. And then I don't think, with what little we get of the general, I don't think she would have allowed Spider off base to go with Quaritch.
He's too much of a boost cannon.
He seems too valuable to risk losing.
Again, there is something that could work here. But again, it's not here, so I don't even know I'm going to fucking suggest this. There is an avenue here that Quaritch could be the one to convince her to let her do this. Like, it's a deal prospect. The reason that they're getting him to cooperate is because it's a deal. Which is better than nothing. So,
Yeah.
and to be fair, he is probably a better guide to Pandora than the marine avatars are. So there are avenues and logic that they can use, and I'm not saying there aren't any counter arguments because you're right. He is a very loose cannon. That would be something that she would bring up, and Quaritch would probably counter with could probably come up with a couple counters of his own. But there is an avenue at work here. But the problem is, once again, we get nothing. It just goes out with them.
Well,
Yep, and the insurance being he's got GPS in his helmet.
yeah. Well,
It's mask.
yeah. He's like, we'll lead you right to wherever you're going. So if you want to, Which is like, okay, yeah, like that's a good counter, but I feel
Oh
like
yeah, he
it
still
would
has
be,
that mask at the end of the film. Oh man.
yeah. Oh, you just cracked the code for a story arc in movie 3. Um, no, but it seems like, because obviously he's lived on Pandora for his entire life, and has lived with the Na'vi in some capacity. It seems like it'd be way too easy for him to intentionally like put them into harm's way that he would be fine in. You know what I mean? Like that it would almost make like the guide part of like the deal, or like the good, the pro of the deal, almost obsolete, because it would be so easy to just
Oh yeah,
kill them.
I agree. Like the movie relies heavily on the like rapport that they now say Quaritch and Spider have,
Yeah.
which is half a scene.
It's like, oh,
Well,
I was
it's also
sad when I saw that my mom killed you.
well, it's also Quaritch brought up the fact like, you beat the scientist, and I could tell that you're loyal. So help me betray your family, and he does it.
Is that what he says verbatim?
Pretty much.
Well,
He's like,
yeah,
you
he
didn't give up
says,
your team. You're loyal.
Yeah.
He doesn't say help me
He
betray
didn't say
your
it so
family.
bluntly like that, but
Yeah.
he did say, "I see that you're loyal," and now he's essentially asking him to betray his family. So
That's a trait. That's a trait I respect about you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
straight up.
so he's like, "You're loyal. Betray your family now? Okay."
Listen, I'm not your dad, but I'm your dad.
I ain't your daddy, but I am.
I'm not your father.
Get off.
Hello, father. Yeah. So that was another thing, because I was like, I know what they're trying to do with Spider and Quaritch.
Yeah, they're trying to obviously juxtapose, Sully as being a dad and Quaritch being a dad.
Yeah, with the added like kind of the complexity of it being, or the difficulty in it being, well, I'm gonna say Zoe Saldana. I can't remember
Natiri.
names. Yeah, Natiri. I didn't want to mispronounce it, so I'm just gonna be accurate. But Natiri being very cold to him, and then him seeing like her killing his dad in quotes, because he wasn't really there for him. So obviously there's only like a biological paternalness, not like an actual emotional paternalness involved here, which kind of flimsily makes sense. That that would be kind of like this. There would be some difficulties involved there, like kind of reintegrating into that after seeing something like that. However, they never touch on it like in that level ever again, so it doesn't really have it never feels like it comes full circle. It always feels like it's just kind of in the background, kind of waiting to get brought up.
Yeah. Like there's
That's
definitely.
something I have.
No, you first.
Yeah, with Spider, I hate how it happens at least twice that I can recall, where he's like spectating, and you can see through the actor that he's trying to portray that Spider's thinking and is scared of what he's seeing. Like you brought up with him watching the video of Quaritch dying the first time, and he seems a little worried about the capabilities of his adoptive parents. Okay, you've been with them your whole life. This is enough to have you question them already. You already know they're hunters, and they've probably told you about the world.
I read that wrong. I mean, I read that different from you. I read that he was worried about what Quaritch is going to do.
Oh.
See, possibly, but seeing it happen later when he sees Natiri killing people on the boat, I feel like bolsters the way I saw it. I guess.
I think it's specifically showing how much she hates humans, or the sky people.
Yeah.
The sky people, and how she doesn't like him, and that he is obviously he feels like even if he's lived with him, he feels like an outsider. I guess that's maybe one of the story elements, and where like the point of this is like being an outsider, and so maybe up until those moments he didn't feel it quite so much. I'm guessing, or that's what they're trying to get across, and that like seeing how her hatred can be so deadly, and you know what I mean, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I guess I just didn't see
scared of her.
Spider as like an outsider.
Well,
He
I mean-
seemed so in
Yeah,
tune
that's
with the tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
welcome.
That's the problem.
that's the thing. It's like that there should have been a recognition or growth at the end of the film, especially after Neytiri pretty much threatens his life.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not she intended or not, there should have been a conversation about that. Like,
I agree.
maybe Neytiri accepts him because, he stood still for her and allowed her to do that. That would be something, but we get nothing. It's so aggravating.
Yeah, he's not asking to spare him. He's asking for Kiri to get let go. He's not even caring about his own life.
Yeah.
And held hostage.
What a Chad.
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta have one in every movie, okay?
So I don't know. Spider is kind of just a mess in this movie.
I was like that.
Well, a
is
lot of
an
characters are
interesting-
really a mess in this movie, but
Yeah. I was like, that's an interesting kind of story to be able to tell in this sort of, world. Is this kind of idea of like how, because I think it's very easy to get involved in a movement, because I'll say this is a movement, even though it's not in the movie, like a movement, without seeing kind of the things that came either before or during the rise, right? So like he's kind of only seeing mostly the peaceful end, or like the hunter-gatherer kind of environment, and not the war that they fought to get to the point, right?
Mhm.
And not the brutality against the enemy, sort of, I guess,
yeah, I mean, like, that's definitely an interpretation to take away with it.
Yeah, but like I said, that's there, but it's not like expanded upon. It's not given enough weight to sustain itself, no matter how kind of much they kind of poke and prodded it throughout, like, most of the rest of this movie. And it's really sad, because it's a long enough movie where they could expand upon that, and it would be an interesting conversation to have. Interesting point of view.
Yeah, I agree. Spider's kind of a wasted potential for
Yeah.
a plot thread and character.
Yep.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Sprinks.
Thank you. I humbly apologize. I should be here for the rest of the pod now today, until the end. I did have to dip out, but show must go on.
Well, we're about to wrap up Act 2. Is there anything you wanted
Oh
to bring up?
gosh, thank God, we're still in Act 2. Wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't know what's been talked about and not talked about. I'll go with nods to the previous film. It's something I don't.
We already talked
necessarily
about that. I'm sorry.
That's
sorry.
what okay.
No. I'm
He's
joking. I'm
joking.
sorry.
Go on.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go
that was
ahead.
That was not okay. Sorry.
I have in my notes. It was brought up when they got introduced to the Water Tribe, and they brought up that they're like babies because they don't know how to use with their tail and being forest folk, and that's just a nod to the first film of you're like a baby kind of thing. So it happens a couple times throughout the film, but it's something I don't like. That is just a direct. It's not used in a creative way. It doesn't show a difference. I think it would be a nice nod if it was like someone crying or hurt, like took, and then they say, "Stop, you're not a baby." That would be more of a nod than kind of the significance of the same thing. So that's something I don't like.
So, actually, out of curiosity, did the whole Quaritch's speech in Act 1, did that bother you? Like, when he's first introduced, like, we're not in
bothered me a
Kansas
little.
anymore? Okay.
Yeah, because it's exactly what's already used, especially since the fact that his brain or the backup of his memory is past the point in the first movie where he already said that.
Yeah.
So he is repeating himself at that point.
Yeah. I tend to agree. Mostly because, like, don't get me wrong, I think the thoughtful echo in writing can be a very, very powerful tool. I always point to Rogue One as an example, with the whole rebellions are built on hope kind of thing.
But it was not creatively used in this.
It was not creatively used at all. The only one that approaches creativity is the way of water speech that Lokai gives Jake at the end. That was somewhat worth earned, but it wasn't like, it wasn't. It could have been better.
Okay, and this act ends with Jake tells Loic to make peace. Okay, so there's a continuity error that I spotted on my second viewing when Quaritch goes to get himself a banshee. He takes his braid over his left shoulder and has it in his hand, and the direct next shot behind him, looking at the banshee's like reaction at him looking at it, the braid's over his right shoulder.
Yep.
So that's something I caught.
Didn't catch that one.
I feel slightly cheated. That I think something big about the humans and just Quaritch in the first movie that aren't connected to an avatar is that they don't have the braid to feel the presence of Awa and like how everything's connected. It's just words to them, and they don't actually have the experience of it. So seeing this version of Quaritch actually connect to a banshee, I feel cheated that wasn't shown of his first connection and how it made him feel.
Yeah, I agree.
It never showed him. I think a big thing was if he connected to like a spirit tree. And the one that was destroyed in the first one isn't the only one they had, because when their tree got destroyed, they went to another spirit tree. So I know there's one above ground besides the underwater one shown in this movie. So I think if Quaritch or the Marines or something connected to that tree, they'd have a far better understanding about Awa and what the scientists are trying to explain to the jarheads here.
Oh my god! See, this would be an interesting film. Like, okay, so let's say all the Marines, they got all their flying dragons or whatever, right? And then Spider, who's lived his whole life here wanting to be a Na'vi, essentially, isn't capable of doing that. There is such an interesting dynamic that they could create in this film that they just fucking gloss over. So much potential is wasted.
I can see such a cool scene, hopefully, maybe in a later movie, of something like they think they have the upper hand on the humans or the bad guys, and then like the animals start attacking the Na'vi, and they just respond like Awa heard us because we're louder or something because they connected to the tree. I think that would be so cool.
The sad thing is, I don't think James Cameron has it in him to let the Na'vi lose a battle anymore.
No, not really. They lost the tree, which was cool, and then something. Okay, I said I don't like the words used, I guess, in the writing that nod to the first movie, if you want to call it a nod, in the same context. What I do like, pardon me, is the use of the music in the same aspects that was used in the first movie. I believe it's in the next act or whatever when they shoot up the water creature and then the music starts playing, which is the same music from the first film.
When they destroyed the tree.
During destruction.
Yeah.
I like that. Because that, to me, gives a more... Music is easier for a show, not tell, especially instrumental without lyrics. And I think that's a stronger connection to show a familiarity and nostalgia to a past film.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're clearly trying to evoke the same emotions. So.
Yeah, so I do like that piece of connection, but not in the way of words. Anything else on the second act? No, I think that's it. Jake says, I'm going to guess that since you brought up, they said the name of the movie?
No.
Nope.
No?
They brought up the name of the
they
movie
said The Way
twice.
of Water in this act?
Yeah.
It's roll credits.
They actually sum up the entirety of the Avatar 2 in this second act, where they say, "The way of water has no beginning and no end."
It's in light and dark. It connects
in
out.
light.
Last thing in my notes before I'm done with this act is we're introduced to the lungfish.
The lungfish.
The whales, guys. We can use whales.
Was that covered?
No, no. I was actually going to say that before we closed out the act.
The lungfish is introduced, and there's something. I believe it was a thought after watching it the first time, and it kind of guaranteed it the second time to help me understand why they weren't used more throughout the film of how handy they are to breathe underwater. And the main thing I see is that they are nocturnal. They only are around when it's night.
I guess with the only 2 instances we see them, we can deduce that.
That's the only thing that I see that helps why they don't use them like all the time.
The other reason is Deus Ex Machina. That's not a
For the second instance, yeah. The first one, I don't think so. They kind of travel in packs, so it's not like one lucky lungfish by itself was found. But to me, it does seem that they are not only come out at night.
I guess the last little bit with this is we see the chief's wife looking at Kiri, connecting with all the fish, or krill, or whatever. The bioluminescent.
The
motion
fauna.
back and forth.
Yeah. That's all I got for the act. What else?
Nope.
Going once, going twice.
Nope.
Sold to Act 3. So we are starting from the bullies bringing up the outer reef, and the end is the whale flashback.
It's not called a whale.
This is also the act where we meet all, like, we show the kinship that the tribe has with the whales, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, yes.
We'll start there, I guess. The whales are like distant siblings almost to the tribe. Like they're family essentially. They just happen to be a migrating aspect of the family.
Not in any literal sense, but in a spiritual sense, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting that these whales are connected through soul, as they call them, soul sisters and brothers, without the connection of the braid.
I think actually no. That they're connect. Yeah, they do connect by braid.
The son
The son is the
bonded
one shown,
with the outsider.
He bonded with the outsider because it shows that it's possible, but the reactions of the actual tribe kids makes it look like it's never been done before.
Well, no. The tribe's kids were the ones that
happened with an outsider before.
Yeah. I believe that's what they were trying, because she
explicitly says, she explicitly says they've never seen them bond with an outsider before, or to that degree. But she's also the one that holds the forest fam back when they want to go in and help because they think he's being eaten, more or less.
Okay, I guess I saw it differently because it never showed any of the actual water tribe braiding in their mouth of a whale.
Yeah.
They were already bonded.
They were already quote unquote bonded, so they were doing their communications via sign language.
Okay.
However they communicate.
Yeah,
can I just say though?
Okay, go ahead, Sinister.
I do like, because I know we said like, oh, it's kind of convenient that they all speak the same language, but we kind of said that, well, they obviously communicate with several tribes. They have some sort of community.
Mm-hmm.
It's not apparent, but there's enough there where it's possible. I did like the use of sign language underwater, because that does make sense, because you can't actually speak underwater.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense to me.
Mm-hmm. So I did like that little. No, sorry. You can go, Springs.
No, I was gonna continue. The sign language is a thing. The humans show the intelligence of the whale possibly being smarter than the humans in the scene of extracting the goop, which it helps to make me think that the whales can understand the sign language being taught to them. I don't know how the Na'vi can understand what the whales say. That part didn't make sense to me because the whales aren't doing sign language back. So it's like a one-way mirror kind of thing that I slightly understand. But the connection to the whale, as you said, that once they're bonded once, I guess they're already connected and they can communicate. They don't do that they don't sign language or anything with the flying fish creatures and the underwater ones as well, that they actually do have to braid connect with.
Yeah.
Is it simply because the whales are
don't know.
smarter?
I mean,
I think it's
that's
just
a- that's
active.
a
You
strong
have
I
to
think it's just
imply
active
they're
uses.
special.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, come on. They have the key to immortality, and then obviously they're special.
Yeah.
Um.
I agree.
I
It's
don't
weird
know-
that they're the only
yeah.
creatures so far that you don't have to be physically bonded to communicate with.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if
an
it's
easier thing said, like, due to what they are, they're the only creature on Pandora to my knowledge, like Jake narrating during that whole the tribe interacting, which I believe he was already talking at that point. But if it was just like one little scene of one going in the mouth to connect, and he's like, the tribe states that once you're connected, once you're kind of bonded for life, and you know, you don't have to do it again like the other creatures.
though you
If
wouldn't
it
be
was just one scene
scared.
shown, it would help, because the only reason I think that they didn't show it, or something that I guess James Cameron did use to strengthen it, to not show the bonding of inside the mouth of where the tongue thing is for the shock of when the son does it later and goes in the mouth.
Yeah, it's just
Exactly.
purely to get tension out of that scene.
Because maybe he's not being honest. Maybe he is a bad guy.
Yeah.
The outcast whale.
Yeah.
So this is also the sequence where we have the whalers going out, right? This is the act when we see them get their first kill.
I like the. My favorite thing about the whole whalers, is the fact that the Australian guy who's running the whole thing says the exact same line twice.
Whoa, wait, no. I think we're mistaken. No, it does not show their first whale hunt.
Okay.
That's in the next act. This shows the
he does-
commandeering of the vessel and their plan after burning down the village.
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, I have nothing to talk about for the rest of this act.
Trying to think.
I'll go. Another jump scare is added in when Kiri's connected to the tree and sees her mom.
Yeah, that one was a little.
That one was odd.
Definitely. Like the first one we talked about kind of set a tone a little bit for what the character's supposed to be feeling in the scene. This one just felt unnecessary.
Yeah. I will say I do like the fact that Jake calls human help for when his daughter has a seizure, because medical science is far more advanced with humans, obviously.
Not needed here.
And then there's the spiritual aspect of both sides of it. So I like that they were getting both ends of it.
Continue.
No. Obviously, I do think there's still a problem here ultimately. With the whole idea that she's going to get a seizure every time she connects to AOA. So,
Yeah, I was curious how they communicated to get the doctors there.
Well, they have the radio devices. I assume they just used that. Because the doctors weren't in the Hallelujah Mountains, right? Like they're in their own little hiding area.
Yeah, they had like a separate area, which we never got to see where that was, but...
Okay. I'm just curious how many people are connected to the network to the point where it might be a security risk. Because there's a moment where when Quartch takes the communicator from one of the brothers and talks to Jake to surrender, and then the Tiri goes on the same network talking to him while Quartz still has the communicator, but he doesn't acknowledge her. So I'm a little confused by the communication devices they use.
I assumed it just works like typical helmet-to-helmet radios, but I genuinely have no idea. Just more advanced versions of that, but I also don't... I'm not entirely sure. There's not a clear, like, channel filter. Like, they just touch their neck, the Na'vi anyway. So...
Yeah, it just seems like if they get one person, it's a pretty big security risk. I don't know. Might be thinking too much into that. But yeah, we get the return of what's his face, the doctor guy.
Numbin?
Yeah.
No, that's a skinnier guy who the kids think might be Kiri's dad.
Mhm.
Yes, which was weird in and of itself. We also saw him earlier during that train heist in his avatar, which is that the same avatar or a different one? Because
I think
in
they
the
grew.
first movie, that avatar
I'm
died.
gonna
Yeah.
say different because the other one got shot.
Yeah, I'm assuming
Yeah.
they just grew a new one.
Okay. It kind of just lends the point where how it seems to be easy to grow avatars.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a weird thing to bring up, Crimson. That
Hmm.
he was used for the train heist rather
Yeah.
than stay as a doctor.
I mean,
Well, I mean, he could have been
he
a
has some
medic,
some
ground medic or
combat
something.
skills now. Like he fought in the first one too. He didn't do amazingly, but he has some combat skills.
Well,
And
yeah, he died.
yeah, and obviously, like I think since he's
Huh.
there to help the Na'vi, I'm fine with him being there.
Just another able body
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
a field medic.
Well, either or, because I lean
just know
towards
he
more
was
field medic
there.
than.
I saw him there. I don't know if I saw him operate on anybody, but he was.
If any of the
Partaking.
Na'vi are present during that train heist are expendable, it's him.
Yeah, so that's probably why he
Sorry,
went because he
got
knows he
killed.
can. He knows he can get another body back. So.
True. Okay. Now, if anyone was going to have an army, it might be him then. If they just had like 10 of his bodies on hand. Because if
Well, I
one
mean,
got
the military
shot,
could
then-
do that,
The
Yeah.
military should be doing that, but what do I fucking know?
but we have that talk. We're not going to do the Nutcracker in the Four Realms and Hollow
No, no,
Toys.
no,
We're not gonna do that.
There's one thing I'll bring up that I had a gripe with.
Yep.
I think it's in the scene or not scene, but talk. Let me double check my notes that it is this section when they have the tale of the outcast. Yeah, the whole tale of like why the whale he's bonding with is an outcast and whatnot, and he keeps explaining to him that it's not a killer, and he doesn't kill people, when it's clearly shown that the whale killed the shark when they first interacted.
Wait, that's
Yeah,
not a person.
They don't care about shark lives, though, so it doesn't count.
Shark lives do not matter.
Apparently, another so some
I did
other
like the design
creature
of
of
that creature.
Awa doesn't matter. While in the first movie, the panther thing that's trying to kill Jake did count to at least to Natiri of a sacred thing that did not have to die. I don't
People
know.
don't
If that's
consider
just a
fish as
difference-
animals. It's all right.
Is that the difference between the water tribe and the forest tribe? I don't know.
It's almost as if the world building is shit or something. I don't know. It's like,
Whoa.
Uh, yeah. I did like how that creature's mouth was kind of like a snake mouth. It was pretty cool.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that's cool.
I don't know why that popped in my head. Another little thing. I think it's probably just based off of human. This is a real small nitpick, and it's based off of humans. But they call Spider Monkey Boy. How do they know what a monkey is?
well, Jake would have been calling a monkey boy, I would guess. And you know what? Maybe the scientists teach them shit too, because as you can see, they could just go in and out of the lab regularly. So maybe they've learned shit about Earth. I don't know.
That's what the scientists were doing in the first one, was teaching
All
the
I
Na'vi.
can really think of is that
And there are monkeys.
I don't think they have a name. They probably have a name if you give them, but there are those monkey-like creatures on Pandora with the four arms that are kind of webbed. I think if a human called it like a monkey, that could help. But that was just something I thought of. Like, why would the Na'vi call Spider Monkey Boy?
Well, why do they call him
Monkey
Spider?
boy.
Oh, that's just his name.
No.
Well,
Not
his
according to
name's Moss, but no one calls him
Quaritch.
Yeah. He's spider because he climbs everywhere. They'd have to know what a spider is, but
I had a joke, but it left. Damn.
Oh, darn.
the worst kind.
Yeah, I know.
I can continue with another thing unless someone else wants the popcorn.
If you got something, shoot it.
Yeah, shoot it up.
It's cool in visual, not cool in practicality, which is something Ryder really likes to look at. When they go to the coral, I'm going to keep calling it coral because it kind of looks like it, the coral soul spirit tree underwater, the rocks around before they breach the surface, there's rocks and coral below that are hallelujah floating in the water. They're not
Interesting.
connected to anything else. They're just stationary underwater where they are.
Is that the one where, so like the whole eclipse area with all the floating rocks in their sacred area?
their ancestry
Yeah,
planes.
that
or
that
whatever you call
that that thing is like straight out of a lot of sci-fi concept art I see. I just
Yeah.
I actually wrote that I had like ideas to write down for notes. That was one of the things that I thought I would bring up because that's a weird. That seems like it's a very very like generic visual sci-fi aesthetic that I happen to really like, but it's just odd to me that it's here on Pandora for some reason. Because Pandora is already so well fleshed out that it feels like stealing other just visuals is odd to me.
Mm. I get that.
I guess to go with that springs. I think it's just however the mountains float. Boats,
Yeah, I think it's
the
where
water
the
rock
trees
float.
around. Well, the Hallelujah Mountains aren't near a spirit tree at all.
Not that I know of.
And they're just suspended and levitating, and it's not really shown windy days in Pandora, so they just kind of stick. But I think anything with current and movement underwater would affect it, but they seem stationary in place, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think because of the Hallelujah Mountains not being around a spirit tree, I could not think that the coral tree is causing them to stay stationary in the water.
I can't hear Hallelujah Mountains. So I was thinking of Lord of the Rings. I'm sorry. Just doesn't sound like a sci-fi thing. It sounds like a fantasy thing.
Hallelujah.
Oh, that's the name of the
Hallelujah Mountain.
humans gave them.
I know.
Yeah.
But I like it. Hallelujah Mountain.
The part with Jake and Kiri talking about Spider being taken away and her connection to Awa,
Mm-hmm.
I think was one of the best looking parts of the movie. Oh, with the close-ups with them,
Oh.
it looked really, really good. The skin and everything,
Mm-hmm.
really nice. Well, was especially with the lighting they had at the time, because even the Na'vi are somewhat bioluminescent. They get these little glowing dots on them.
Yeah, I forgot about that in the first one.
Yeah, I don't remember it being so apparent in the first one, but nevertheless, I like how it looks.
Yeah, I do. I
I
agree.
think after the making piece, something to bring up. For the longest time, watching the first movie, never caught on about the whole finger situation, and it wasn't until
Yeah,
like my last
same.
viewing.
They bring it up regularly here.
They bring it up real apparent in this one. You got 5 fingers, you're a demon-blooded freak.
Yeah.
And
You hybrid.
Why did they was there a reason why they made like the avatar like versions of the people have like full fingers instead of like the normal 3? Was it just because they had the DNA of the person, so obviously they would have like 5 fingers?
Well,
Or was there like a deliberate choice?
My best assumption is you'd kind of like a phantom limb scenario where in real life you have 5 fingers, but when you go into an avatar you have 4. So it would be weird for your brain, I would imagine, to be missing a finger.
In the first movie when Jake says waking up is the dream in the human form, I think maybe his pinky would be weird, or I don't know. Like
I'm just gonna say
between
phantom
having it and
limb
not having it.
scenario.
I mean, he kind of had that with his legs, but something I guess that is shown that none of Jake's kids have it, so it's not like a passable gene. The only one who does have it is Kiri with 5 fingers.
No, they all have it, don't they? They all have.
I thought they all did.
All his kids have 5 fingers.
Yeah, they call them all hybrids and demon bloods. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just Kiri. Sorry.
No, well, Kiri was like the most bullied for it, which seemed odd, but
yeah. It's because she's a girl.
And she was already like zoning out and stuff.
Yeah, you're completely right. When the youngest son did the punch, he described it. Yeah.
See this thing? I can do this, and I.
That's why I love. That's why I love him.
None of you know what a punch is.
Yeah.
Anyway. And the insult of fish lips. Nice.
Classic.
What else should I on? Yeah. And Natalia was mad at the doctors because they were doing nothing. So we get the chief's wife to.
I am not needed here.
gets to pray, I guess. Sure.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a deeply religious movie. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Uh,
Do you think she actually did something, or do you think it was just she just snapped out of it at that moment and wasn't connected at all.
I mean,
Can't
their
tell.
god is objectively real, so I don't know.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
I could say it's a
Yeah.
mixture of both, because the humans didn't do nothing. So I think it was like definitely assistance, kind of like
Like the kids are
it's already
sorry, the humans are definitely trying to diagnose her, but they don't know how, because that would be in how they help her.
Do you think that she actually has epilepsy, or do you think it's
It's
That's just like the way
probably some mystical.
well,
religious
okay,
stuff,
obviously it's
not
not
just a
yeah.
medical seizure.
Yeah, obviously
Special thing.
yeah, it's not actually, but do you think there is like any,
'Cause
chance?
it would be weird that A was, I guess, conduit. I don't know what else to really call her. Would die because of their connection. It kind of seems like her whole purpose of existing.
And
No.
here, I thought it was just
Find
thematic irony. So
It could be.
with the whole with the whole,
Nothing saying one way or another.
That's true.
Not yet, anyways.
Yeah, I at least the reason I consider Kiri's character existence just to be, I thought it was thematic irony because the idea was Sigourney Weaver was reborn to experience AOA in all of its glory because she could never get close to AOA, even as a clinical scientist in the first film. So I enjoy the thematic, as I keep saying, the thematic irony. I don't know how this is going to pan out yet because we're getting more movies.
This does lead to one of the dumbest things in this movie, I think. There's some pretty bad stuff later, but the fact that they were able to track the helicopter to this general area,
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
and I feel like they would have known that, and wouldn't have flown that. They would have probably taken one of the Banshees because scientist guy has an avatar. He's a super nerd for the Na'vi, so I'd imagine after however many years it's been, he would have linked with a Banshee that he could have flown here with the equipment.
It's definitely odd, for sure. It would make more sense if he flew a Banshee. And I know they brought the human to help, but he could have just brought in supplies and they could have just fucking Skype chatted him in.
Yeah, so it seemed like a weak way for the humans to find them.
Yep.
They had to do something stupid. What do you think about that, Springs?
I don't really know. I guess so.
Fair enough. What else we got?
I don't really have much for Act 3. Pretty good there.
Yeah, Act 3 was kind of a lot of
Act 3 was
dead
a
time.
lot of downtime. So important things to cover are probably the whale's backstory. He led a mini rebellion against the whalers and lost.
killing Na'vi and other whales.
Resulted in the death of his entire clan, pretty much. There was the bully situation is finally resolved. Took long enough, though they don't do anything to build their characters or friendship anymore. So whatever.
The whale rebellion was there only one whaling ship? I don't remember.
We only see one whaling ship.
Small boats.
Mm-hmm.
So
I saw the one.
they should have easily won.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are some dumb whales. With what we saw with one whale, a whole fleet of them should have taken them out easy.
Yeah, I agree. World building is
Especially with them
problematic.
being like a counterforce, implying the whales knew what was going on. That's why they planned an attack. So they already knew what the harpoons did, presumably at this point. So I don't know. It seems like they should have won that fight.
You're saying that like the really cool battle that took place at the end makes that moment seem unrealistic?
It does.
But it was so worth it to see the fight, wasn't it? Come on.
All the sad music and close-ups of dead whales. Terrible.
Terrible. Terrible.
I'll bring up Quidditch.
You say Quidditch. Come on, man.
I almost did. Quidditch. Sounds like Quidditch.
Quidditch. It's Quidditch.
Whatever. Going to the islands and going to an unrelated tribe looking for Jake.
Oh.
And using Spider to communicate. And I guess I can't tell if he was being thick or bloodthirsty or what. But
humans are comically stupid and comically evil. So I'm gonna go with being stupid and.
okay, because it seemed like the tribe was pretty genuine.
Well, it is. I don't know. Maybe I read it wrong later on because the chief kind of says to Jake, he was like, "My people will not, talk or something like that."
Yeah,
I don't know if he meant specifically his tribe wouldn't say it, or if he had like talked to like the other tribes, so they wouldn't. I don't know. That was vague.
Are
So
they all under his domain? Like he runs all of them, or?
See, I don't know.
I'm not
sure.
World building is problematic.
No, they had their own leader, didn't they?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it seemed like it was vague enough that he didn't mean specifically his people. He meant like the reef people in general. But like I said, I'm not sure.
That happened after the incident, though.
Yes, but
so I think he heard what happened and then went to the other tribes and talked to them to hush up. Because they didn't know that the Sky people were in the area yet to even communicate that, I don't think.
Okay.
Right? The Sky Island was the first Sky people incident.
I don't know. I was gonna say that the only reason I want that to be true is because it would kind of at least make the the wanton cruelty of that situation at least kind of have some merit to it. Otherwise, it just comes off as just really, really. I mean, it's bad either way, but you know what I'm saying. Like, at least it would have some sort of character merit to it.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't just be like, oh, I don't care. I'm just gonna, these guys are meaningless. I'm just gonna kill them. Like, it doesn't matter.
Shoot the animal and burn their village.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be one thing to say, like, Quaritch even argues with his men about, like, the different perspectives of how they approach this. There could be that one gun-ho Marine who really wants to do this. There could be another Marine who really doesn't want to do this. And Quaritch can be, like, in the middle trying to hear out the dispute because he's their leader.
Yeah.
So, like, this is ripe opportunity for character development. And once again, we just glosses right the fuck by it, so...
Kind of just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a dick today, and I'm just gonna, kill these guys.
And the more visual for the humans being bad is the skies have all been blue and pretty, and then once they pulled up to this tribe, it was shrouded in clouds and was all gray looking, just terrible looking. There's no redeeming people in this,
except for kind of half one.
Yeah,
but still, yeah, I feel like it's an overdone scene that could have had.
I mean, like I said, it's
like
just
writers could have had character development involved in it, and just chose not to.
It's just there to facilitate humans stupid and humans bad.
Yeah, which I mean, fair enough, but like I think it's a little. You can make a more complicated. Or a more complex argument than just,
Yeah,
that.
I mean, that's what Quaritch, for all his flaws, Quaritch was that in Avatar 1. Like, there's so much character in Quaritch in Avatar 1. Like, when, they're all escaping in the helicopter after breaking out of prison, he yells masks on to everyone on the bridge, then goes out without a mask to just take shots at them to try and stop them. That's such indicative of his character. He's warning everyone to get their masks on, while going out and risking his own life without a mask. That's why I like Quaritch in the first movie.
Wait, when he's shooting at them escaping in the ship, and that's where Weaver gets shot, you're saying, that scene?
Yeah.
I don't think Quaritch is the one who says masks on. I think he just
sure he does.
He does. He's the one who he yells masks as he's walking out.
Oh. I thought someone else said that.
I'm pretty sure it was him. if it's not, it's a little
Let
problematic.
us know down in the comments.
Yeah, let us know down in the comments. It's a little more problematic if it's not him, but I'm pretty sure it was him. So the Korach was a layered character, and that he cares about his own people. I mean, he cares about Jake Sully up until his betrayal. So it's one of those things where we've lost depth to this character, which is bad.
It's bad.
Anyone got anything else this act?
No.
Act 3? Nope.
All right. The last thing I'll bring up is how stupid Loak is with the bullies. It's so obvious what they were doing.
It just
You think I'm cool?
Just their faces were clearly like, we're just messing with you. You're stupid. But yeah.
But
Act 4. We go from Loak talking to the chief about how bad the whale is and all that stuff. And we end with older brother dead.
Wow, we've got a lot to cover in this act.
Bury the lead.
All right, well, I'm going to start with the whaling scene, the first one. Well, the only one, really. So, I'm going to explain how whaling works in our world really quickly, because this is the future, right? We don't need trackers, because we have this thing called sonar. So, as soon as I saw the needle tracker thing, one, it's a little too big it doesn't need to be that big. 2, we could track it without needing to do this. 3, we're hunting them for the immortality juice. Why haven't we started farming them? 3, while it's cool that we get to kind of see how it works, it just presents more problems in the long run. So, it's not...
I like how much thought they put into the strategy of killing one of these.
Yeah,
them and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's cool.
Sonar.
It's cool that we get to see all the process of this, but it's just we have things that, if this was valuable as it is, and they claim it is, which is being it's fucking got the immortality juice in it, we would have started farming them. That would be the thing we did.
My argument with that, well, I guess we could do artificial insemination stuff. I was like, there's certain animals that captive won't reproduce, and I'm pretty sure these would refuse to do it, being sentient. But I guess you could force that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but you would need a pretty big area to start farming these things.
Yeah. Once again, like I said, I like the aesthetic. It's just there's so much that we would be capable of doing based off of the technology that we have now, because the trackers wouldn't be necessary. Because I mean, they can't really make an excuse for sonar. That's a little more difficult to make an excuse for.
Yeah, I'm trying to... If the tracker wasn't in the flashback, I think it could be excused as Quaritch sending a
signal.
Yeah. But since it was in the flashback, I can't really excuse it. What about you, Sprinks?
I apologize. I feel like I've missed the point of what's being discussed.
Okay. World building is bad. There you go. That's the point.
Okay. Well, the tracker not being necessary because even today we don't need that. We got sonar, so presumably they would have sonar. Writer thinks they would have a farm of these. I think these would be too difficult to farm, but it would be interesting to see them try. Do you think the tracker is good or bad? Essentially,
consider it's the MacGuffin of which the finale of this film rests on.
I'm gonna say the tracker, in use of what they're doing, helpful. In the overall scheme of what they could do with the tracker, terrible. Because the use of the tracker shown once it's tracked emits a radar to show the whole herd of whales. versus having that already on the ship to use the tracker's function from the ship to sonar, which they never have or shown. So having if they put a tracker that they do on the whale just to the bottom of their ship to sonar out, which is shown when they attach it to the whale, the only thing I can think of that would be a problem is the range. And if the whale is like really far out, they don't have the range to do it, because I guess that's why they use the tracker and then send out the the boats to go get them, because the main ship isn't that close. But when they have, I mean, they go after the mom and the kid, the calf, and they say the calf never breaks from the mom. But when they get out there with their boats, the whales don't disperse due to like a hostile threat. And that might just be because they've changed their ways of being peaceful and not killing, which is described. So they just let it be and, don't disturb them, don't disturb me kind of thing. So I guess that can kind of make sense why they just kind of accept getting attacked.
Well, I don't know how far-reaching the whales know about the whaling. Because we just know about that one fight where the only survivor was not believed. That they were blamed for killing everybody somehow. So I don't even know if these whales even knew these were hostiles. Still, they started getting attacked. But regards to the tracker, they could have put those on the boats and just send the boats out. We don't have to hit the whales with them.
No, you have to kill the whales.
It's part of the brutality. La-di-da.
Little side note I wrote is Jurassic Park 2 during the scene when they're just dispatching the boats. I'm like, man, this really feels like when they were wrestling up some dinos.
Oh, that is so your go-to.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
So I also just want to compliment Jake's brilliance and the tribe's brilliance of bringing this tracker back to the tribe. Really thought that through.
He disabled it, right?
Yeah.
I think he said that.
He says he will go out and disable them if they find them. Because, oh wait, no, hold on. Did they say they would bring it to him to disable?
No, I think they had to call him out to disable it.
Okay.
Which by then the humans might even be there already anyways.
Hey, no, they didn't have that plan, so they didn't act on it. The only plan was, well, we'll kill some of these whales, and then they'll have to retaliate at some point. We'll leave the tracker, because they'll definitely take that tracker back with. Brilliant.
Right, Shrek, you got a popcorn?
Act 4, let's see. There's another jump scare. When Took is in the little air bubble underwater, her brother pops up.
Yeah. Sitting next to you guys in the theater, neither of you jumped. Actually, I don't think I jumped at all. Did you jump in the first one?
I think the very first jump scare, yeah, when they get captured, because I was not expecting it. But the rest were just kind of like weird.
Yeah.
Especially with the second one of the soul tree.
Soul tree. Yeah.
Sinister, you got something?
No. I'm trying to think. Let's see. Was there anything? Yeah, a lot happened. I'm trying to. Oh. No, I'm not going to bring that. You'll probably bring that up, so I'll let you do that. Jake has an amazing ability to convince anybody to do anything.
Yeah, that's why I say he approaches Gary Stu territory.
So immediately once they find out that a whale has been killed, which miraculously, like out of all the whales they could have gotten, they got the chief's wife, soul sister.
Yep.
And we get to learn the whole backstory of that. She had waited many cycles to conceive this child. and it's all for nothing, and all like, oh Jesus. And they're all gung ho that they must fight, and they're going to kill the sky people, which seems odd that talking about all the peacefulness of the whales, that we have to kill them all of them.
Yeah, and the chief even brought up how these are peaceful people here.
Yeah. So you can just tell how much those whales mean to them. Which is fair. But and they're all just gung ho. And then the second Sully is like, "This is the tracker. You can't do it." And they're all like, "I guess we can't do it."
He's trying to present them an alternative, which
and it's
somewhat respectable, except he requests them to bring him the tracker.
Yeah. Well, and the fact of
he tells this tribe to leave, but not his original tribe.
Yeah, he tells you have to leave. You have to go. It's like, where? They know where we are. Like, we're reef people. We can't just suddenly go in the forest. I don't know. How big is the planet? It must be a huge planet that they can just kind of just be like,
It's a
let's
moon.
dip. No. Yes.
Yeah, we don't really have a scale on how big Pandora is.
Okay. But anyways, I just think it was miraculous that he was able to convince a bunch of people that were ready to murder the entire Sky People army. And immediately they said, "You don't have to." They were like, "I guess we don't have to then."
Yeah. Let's see what I was going to... Yes, the part where they're actually getting the immortality juice out of the whale.
Mm-hmm.
And we find out why they kill the whales. And it's for immortality juice. There's what other stakes do they have left? What other expensive resource could they have on this moon? Unobtainium with whatever that was about.
Super
immortality juice.
They're gonna start farming Captain America's here.
Yeah.
And we find out, and I talked to Sprinkle about it, that it's only $80 million for that.
Yeah, that seemed very low with the rate of inflation and changing, and
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember what year this takes place, because I think it was brought up in the first movie, but not here.
21.
But regardless, even today, it would be worth more than 80 million. Only Elon Musk could buy this in reality. Yeah. Or at least before Twitter.
Isn't the corporation supposed to be SpaceX? I thought that was the allegory.
They also didn't say how much is needed in order for the effect to take, or for it to take effect.
That's also true.
They explain nothing other than it's the key to mortality.
Yeah. Is it the whole thing? Is it a drop? How long does it last? They just kind of breeze through that and just no, this is worth $50 million or whatever.
Yeah, this gives you an extra year of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think.
Do you think they're going to drop this brain juice in the next one?
Yeah, because they're not going to be on the reef anymore. They're going to go to the desert or something.
They're going to go to the desert people.
Yeah.
I think we all see it the same way of immortality, of how it's practically described, but I think the words used is it stops the aging process of a human. So maybe they just stay the same age, but they still deteriorate to the point of death.
No, I think what they were trying to say was
what they're trying to say is that you can live forever, which is, as I said, the four of us can all see. But I think there's also the possibility that if they James Cameron could make it sound another way in a future film, that wasn't necessarily the case by the way it was worded.
If he does it in a future film, it's still a flaw of this film, because that would have been easily to include, because this is a human character speaking, not a CGI character.
Yeah, as far as what they say in the movie is, it stops the aging process. So they're still the same age. If they stop at 20, and then they stop and they keep using it up until they're 60. They're 60 years old, but they haven't aged past 20.
They look 20, but they've been around for 60 years.
The-
Yeah.
Yeah. Your assumption is that like they still would die of old age, but they just physically don't quote unquote age.
That's what I'm
Right.
kind of thinking of. Yeah.
Okay.
But
They don't necessarily do it in the film in time, but there's a scene in that movie where he like introduces like his sister, mom, and girlfriend, and they all look the same age. But
Yeah.
the dying process in that is a little different. But I'm just thinking like they can look that age, but once they hit like 98, they die of old age.
Okay,
It's a possibility, but it's never shown or
Aging-
explained. Or
process. What does that mean to you?
the aging process. What's that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean to you? Like, okay, if I tell you this vial stops the aging process, what do you think that means?
You stay the look you are currently.
So in
Stay the
aging
figure,
process,
I guess. Kind of.
so
You think aging process is just cosmetic?
It can be.
so I think what he's saying is that like
proof of shown. It's described in a sentence. It's not actually shown like.
well, I
walking around.
know.
It's like, these are people who have and haven't used it.
I'm just saying like
this guy's actually 200 years old. That's not shown. It's just a single kind of sentence said when they extract it.
yeah, I agree, but that seems like that. What I'm arguing for is that the aging process isn't necessarily cosmetic. It would be physical as well. Like so, if I take it when I'm 20 and I take it for 40 years and then I'm 60, I still have the body chemistry and all that stuff of a 20-year-old. I'm just 60 years old, but I'm still 20. I still look 20. I still like have the mechanics of a 20-year-old.
In the understanding
Still
of
got the
two,
heart of a 20-year-old.
the two sides
No.
of the coin here
Only
that
the
we're
heart.
discussing of the cosmetic versus not, I think writer might be able to depict it the most in what would lean more, being the writer here, of what the words that are said. It's never said fountain of youth or immortality or live forever. Like that's never discussed. It just says stops
There-
the aging process.
there is
I don't know
leeway
what
here.
that leans more on.
So there is leeway here for James Cameron to retroactively fix this. But when I hear it stops the aging process, I immediately presume immortality, just because that's where most when you hear that said, that's where naturally most people go. This could be fit retroactively to fit the description you're giving, where it is like we just stay the look we have, but we still die of old age, in the sense of like we die at 80 years old because we're 80 and our body gives out, that sort of thing. So there is wiggle room here for James Cameron to retroactively fix this. I would say it's a very fucking sloppy fix when he does, if he does, but I presume immortality until I'm told otherwise.
So I guess over
Yeah.
this whole discussion, we can go with a 90-10.
Inconclusive for now.
Yeah.
Well, we have to see where they take it.
Yeah.
I guess I'll throw in something I hated in this movie, and it was just one line.
Oh, that's a strong
But-
word.
Yeah, it did. Buttercup.
Oh, that.
You perv.
Why? That was so bad. It felt like it didn't belong here at all. It was so weird.
You're saying it's weird on Kiri's side, not the Marine? Do you think it's acceptable for
both.
the Marine to call her Buttercup as like just a nickname?
Okay,
No,
well,
I mean, no one says Buttercup anymore, and I don't expect that to happen in the future either.
Quaritch
I thought
said,
you were
Quaritch,
saying-
Quaritch said Buttercup in the first movie, but
Well, that wasn't Quaritch. It was some other dude that
Or
said
just some
here.
Marine?
I
Every
thought you
squad.
were upset about it because she like retorted back, "You perv." Like I don't.
That's
I
what
don't
I,
think
yeah.
that-
That's
that
what I'm
would-
trying to depict here. If you were on the Marine side, Kiri's side, or just the whole thing.
oh, I
The
think
whole
the
thing
whole
don't
thing's
like.
bad. But
yeah,
Yeah.
that's. I don't think. I would that, but-
If I have to pick which is worse, him saying Buttercup or her responding perv, I'm going to say him saying Buttercup.
wow,
um,
interesting.
Uh,
Interesting.
Well, because the perv response to that, I guess, makes a little bit of sense. But him saying
I
Buttercup
don't
doesn't
know.
make
I
sense
don't-
to me.
What I'm hearing, I'm in agreement with Sinister here. I think him calling her Buttercup is fine. He doesn't know her name. He doesn't go to like a whole briefing of know who's who.
I mean, I don't like that he calls her Buttercup because I don't know. That just doesn't seem like of the time. like, or whatever. I don't hear a lot of people get called Buttercup in general, but I don't also immediately think of it in a sexual way, which how she interprets it, I guess. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna probably fight on
I
that
mean,
one
what would
too
have been
hard.
more suiting? Sweetheart, doll.
Or I don't know.
I think all those suck. I don't know.
Well, okay, all of them suck,
You
but
think no, um,
They
not
didn't
name.
need to describe that she
no-
was a girl at all, and it's not a creep way because not all those are purely creep words, but it's
well,
just,
yeah. Buttercup seems like the least of
You-
any of those
Crimson,
forms. Like
you think it would have been more suited if no title was given?
yeah.
yeah,
You
just
I
like
think we can all agree on that one.
get
but-
over here, yeah,
Get over here,
get over here. Buttercup doesn't seem right. Plus,
Get over here, you blue
this
man
is I
group.
think the most apparent where the child is voiced by an old lady. When she said
Yeah.
perv, she sounded really old.
I don't know. It was a weird interaction. I'm not gonna. there was nothing really right about it, but it was a weird interaction.
As a writer, what do you think of this part? As a
Yeah,
writer?
well, I mean, the reason I don't like it is just it feels like it's from the 80s, and this is whatever fucking year in the future we're in. So I feel like, you could probably have said some new sci-fi weird thing here if you wanted.
Kundar.
Or blue skin, I don't know.
Ruskins.
It's so
yeah.
in that instance, Marines would say it, but that's not why I take issue with it. It just feels out of place, out of time.
So you think it would have been fitting if the Marines started saying frack?
Get the frack over here.
Shut the fuck up.
Explicitly, sure.
Just as a a thing.
Well,
I mean, they do say they have a word.
I mean,
for the Na'vi, call it skull, which means moron or idiot. They say that a couple times in this movie and the past one.
Yeah, I mean, like that would have been more appropriate for that, I suppose. Like I said, within the context of the universe is what really matters here, and it's just Buttercup just feels out of place because this feels out of time. Because Marines nowadays would say things like that, like, oh, okay. So the whole "we'll regroup in hell" phrase is one of my favorite military cliche phrases, and this film just does nothing with it, which sucks. But in this instance, where like the use of Buttercup is something that would be said today in more modern military, but I need more to think that our future military would say that. And whereas the word like fuck is like would be more universal because it's universally used and applied to everything.
Well, then that's using that's more of a verb adjective or whatever, but opposed to Buttercup, which is a title given because he doesn't know. So do you think just another word for a title like Bud or whatever used in this time period better?
I
said sweetheart dollface, something like that, but
yeah.
something more.
I mean, like they could have tried to invent something here, like a new coin of phrase if they wanted. That I would have
like too much work for just like a throwaway line.
I think that would have been worse if it was just the made up thing and it didn't have any context or understanding of what it is.
You mean like Star Wars Episode 1 where Anakin says wizard? Like that was going to be like the main phrase of like the whole series, and they only say it like once or twice. Like that was wizard, Annie.
I mean, I guess you know what a wizard is. I'm just saying like a made up word.
We don't need to understand. So you think here, Springs, we don't have to understand the word. We just need to know the context in the universe of what it means. So if he says it in this specific context and he's clearly referring to her and she responds perv back, we can get what it's supposed to mean. That implies enough.
Yeah. I guess maybe they could have a different version of Buttercup in this universe.
So if he said something like, I don't know, this is completely random, but if he's like, this way scuttleweed or something, that wouldn't be as weird as Buttercup. That would throw me way off.
That one
Scuttleweed.
Scuttleweed doesn't really work, but in concept of just another word being present, inherently, I don't think would throw me off.
I mean, like I said, the context is provided with her response, so it doesn't. Whatever they choose to insert insult / title here.
What if they said "Come on, soap," and then they just said, they just said that. That would be better than Buttercup. Yeah, soap. Like, come on, soap. No, I'm just being a little bit contrarian in the situation.
I just think it's. I think it would be weirder if it was a made-up word to fit a title for the time era. If this was the one context given. If it was earlier in the film of like describe like something that Spider made up and it's being discussed. Well, not Spider because he's alone, but like something that was said in the first movie of what humans say or something. I think that would be might be a working callback in that regard. Then.
I'm of the mind that it's just an awkward interaction regardless.
Yeah,
so any kind of word would.
The interaction is going to be awkward regardless. I'm just saying something that could improve it slightly because the world building it's what's damaged the most here in this film. So. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this scene does not deserve 10 minutes of
no, it does
discussion.
not.
No, it doesn't.
Picturing like
this one little scene.
This is like the Revolutionary War, and someone's like, "You're acting whack." I'm like, that's saying that a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, this is what nobody else is going to talk about. Okay, this is what we need to focus on.
This is unique to the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to point out I don't necessarily have it written down which act it was, but being that we're at the war part, it has been passed over of a little scene that was also a callback that I didn't like earlier when they get introduced to the tribe, you're like a baby. When Spider is writing with Court and he's teaching him how to say naughty, in the first film, didn't like that. It's the same word used, and it's such a small scene that didn't have to be in there, or it could have been worded differently.
Or they could just give him in a different word, so we learned a new lovey word. That would have been nice.
Worded differently.
Yeah, I think it should have been there, but I agree, different word. They want to build the bond between the two.
Yeah, because Spider made fun of him that he sounds like a third grader.
Yeah,
baby or
he spoke.
Yeah, a toddler or something.
Yeah, he's a grader.
So
something I do that kind of helps with that scene, not to just make it fully negative and I don't like and can be removed, is it shows just a little bit of Spider and Corch bonding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
to kind of strengthen a little more towards the end, but.
I believe in this act, the eclipse pops up. You said you wanted to talk more about that?
It is shown that the eclipse takes place and it goes to night when after kind of the big fight and the ship's taking on water. So we'll start with that. I'll save it for the next act. I don't want to start getting into a whole conversation if it's for the next act. But yes, it does. It is shown in this fourth act we're covering. The eclipse takes place.
Ryder, you're about to say something.
Yeah. So we should probably talk about the actual attack part. So the plan for the humans is they're going to use their hostages because the kids were out there trying to save the whale, and so are the reef children too. The reef children are there. Yeah. So they get baited out to go attack because they know the kids are out there. So they all go out and to rescue them. The plan is to hold the children hostage, to bait Jake out specifically, and I presume kill him because they were just going to snipe him dead. And
I'm glad they explained why they didn't snipe him. I don't know if it's the best excuse, but at least it's there.
What is the excuse? I forgot the
reason for not sniping him was because the tribe would attack immediately. They wanted to kill him on board so they could just get away.
Yeah, I do like that.
So it's not very strong.
But. I do like that the chief's wife snaps at Jake because it is all his fault. He did bring them here essentially. So then the whale attacks. the whaling ship.
That spots its friend on board.
Yeah, I do. I get we're trying to create empathy here for this creature. But man, this whale just fucks up this ship. Like,
Yeah, I'm saying it's different from the first movie where the animals attack because like Awa heard, the whale finds his friend tied up, like sees him and then it acts.
yeah,
It's not a movement of Awa through the whale.
it's a good distinction between the two. And
Regarding the whale, it was kind of like thrashing around underwater first.
yeah,
To me, it looked like he was just building up the courage to commit to this. I don't know if that was just me. Or...
I thought it
It was
was.
just building a momentum.
I thought it was. Well, he's hitting things which would disturb his
Yeah.
momentum. I assumed he was. I assumed that was either building up courage or just pure frustration because he doesn't want to do this again. This is why he got, banned.
Outcast.
This is why he got outcasted. But here he is in the same position where he has to do it again because he wants to save his friend. So I presume either it's building up courage or or he's just extremely frustrated. Either way, it works.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool to see the intelligence that the whale has by using his hammerhead, steel-plated front to dodge the torpedo or deflect it.
Yeah.
Yep, and using his flippers to just squash people.
Yeah.
His
Tail fin
flipper,
to
he didn't have
just
the other
thrash
one.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn from experience. So,
They're smarter than
and then as soon as the whale, jumps onto the ship, Jake screams and goes on the offensive, and all the water tribes people follow. Because they're going to be useful for the rest of this act. Because why would they disappear?
Precisely.
So they are going to attack the humans. Battle ensues, and man, the Na'vi are just extremely powerful. Like they.
Not a challenge.
Not a fucking challenge at all, which is insane to think about considering the technological differences here. Like at least in the first one, they were losing without the advent of literal Deus Ex Machina of their world stepping in. So, but yeah,
We know the Na'vi take damage from bullets, but we're only seeing. Do we only see like 2 die in this? In the water?
I don't remember seeing any of them die. Really, one
got gunned down from something. I think I remember one falling.
The sonic propulsion grenade, I think, knocks some off their animals. I don't know if that counts as a death.
Yeah, the battle at least.
I know that one thing I do appreciate is that their use of going underwater to avoid getting hit because, water will slow bullets down considerably. You can fire a gun in a filled bathtub and it won't reach the bottom. So it is kind of cool that they use there is some strategy being used here, but it's still a very, very one-sided fight. Which means all tension just goes right out the fucking window.
Yeah. It was just way too one-sided. I never really felt like the tables were tipping at any point. It was just like, wow, these humans are getting slaughtered. How are they going to kill this guy? Oh, arrow to the face. He got kicked far. Wow.
Those ribs were broken, man. But yeah, and in all this chaos, the kids, Spider also just hits the throttle on the ship and just sends it, just beaches it. Very lucky. Very, very lucky.
Why isn't he locked up somewhere?
Don't know why he's not locked up. Don't know why he's still not with Quaritch. Don't know why he's
still on the run.
Clearly he's.
This is the best comedically evil thing. They leave him on the bridge, and he just goes, breaks open the fire extinguisher, and just proceeds to beat the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, when in doubt, smash it.
and he just smashes the control, and they just watch him as he breaks the control. Nobody tries to pull him off.
Yep.
No. And then they just let him
Then
run
they
all the
just-
way down to the.
Yeah, and they don't even restrain him after that. It's just.
It's awesome.
Because the colonel said not to. Colonel didn't give any orders.
And he's not on board anymore, so they can't, stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't even say Quaritch would be intelligent enough to actually order them to do that. What he fucking does next?
I was a bit distracted, but yeah.
So
I think he doesn't pull it out of thin air, but it's weird that when Quaritch is talking to Jake. Also, that's another thing I feel cheated on. Jake has no reaction to Quaritch being alive.
yeah.
But when Quaritch puts his handgun, revolver, whatever, to the kid, it's never shown him with it throughout the whole film until that point. But that's the gun he used in the first movie. So, as I say, he doesn't pull it out. It kind of like he pulled it out of thin air, but it was probably on him and just never shown.
I think you're right. It wasn't there because I would have complained about the holster being wrong.
Yeah, because it's facing outwards.
Facing the fucking wrong way.
Well, he might have it at the very beginning when he's giving the briefing that they're not in Kansas anymore.
Maybe.
I think his holster's there, but still, it
Well, how
did
did he
seem
have
like the handgun was just there when he's been using this AR for most of the movie.
Well, also, how would he have gotten the pistol? Because he probably died with it on him, and they showed that his body was still like the same spot, so nobody went.
Well, it doesn't have to be the exact pistol, but
Mhm.
So it would just be
just
standard
another
issue
model.
then.
Yeah, but it's also got that. I don't even know what to call it. I don't know if it's a huge scope sight on top. It's that like three bulky. It's a big square.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Also,
is.
the
The sci-fi pistols looks cool. I have no idea what it does though.
No, I don't know if that's a flashlight or something.
Shoots
I don't
people.
know. Yeah,
Probably.
there we go.
Presumably. For all you know,
Um,
he just presses the trigger and flowers come out.
Could be a little Joker gun. One detail I do like in the war and battle between Jake and Quaritch is they both have the military vest check of their magazines.
Yes,
I do like that detail.
because they're still hardwired in there for both of them. I like that as well.
And also, in a way, it's kind of like a dogfight because they're flying.
A little, yeah. It's got some dogfight-esque-ness to it. The one-on-one between them is probably the only thing I liked about this battle. Well, I mean,
Cheers just flying around, destroying everybody.
as she does.
Yeah, this would have been a good scene to see the Marine avatars actually kill things for once.
Yeah, it would have
But
nice
they
to see
just
them
get
actually be
slaughtered
effective.
with
You
the
know.
rest.
Used for the cup scene.
Yeah. Yeah. See, they're not even all get slaughtered. I don't think any of them get killed in this scene. They all just get fucked by Jake and Nateri in their, Batman Arkham Asylum fucking take him out one at a time shit.
Yeah, this movie's got some pretty gruesome deaths with the two
You wanna talk
headshots
about
Nateri
Australian?
did.
Yeah.
Sure.
We missed
haven't
the
really covered this
Australian and the
guy.
New Zealander. Come on, man.
I have him written down as the Aussie in my notebook.
That's what he is.
That's
Could
pretty
be.
much his character. He's got nothing else.
Yeah.
Mick Scoresby,
Goresby.
whose sole character trait is "I'm greedy Australian man. I'm here for money."
We've got to make our deadlines, mate. We got to make our deadlines. Says that twice.
Are you commandeering my ship?
Listen, I've got to make deadlines. I've got to get these cuts in.
Cut
I
the
did-
rope, reload the harpoon.
I did like the technological advancement on the reloading of the harpoon. That was cool. It has a little like nook that opens up to get the harpoon in and then closes back up. That looked cool. It was
The weaponry and stuff in this looks awesome. Yeah.
Like I said,
I don't know
aesthetic.
how-
The aesthetic is really great.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it didn't really show like the harpoon being loaded but not being connected to the cable,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess it automatically connects somehow.
Yeah. That is weird because the other rope was extended already. Yeah. Who knows? But he's not all right. He's all left now. So
yuck, yuck. Yeah, that was pretty gruesome.
Brutal.
Not gory, no blood,
yeah.
which was a bit weird, but I guess that's how they kept their rating.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously they're
But it's
trying to
gruesome.
draw the parallel, you know, an arm for an arm or an arm for a fin.
Seal clap, everybody.
um,
Ugh.
but let's see.
Really
Oh
surface
yeah,
level, the scientist that was on there, kind of insulting him about how he said he was smarter than whales.
Mm-hmm.
He was extremely calm
when he
during
died.
this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely a moment in his life where he could die, and he's just like,
And I'm pretty sure he
"Don't think
does
you're smarter
die.
than the whale, pal."
Well, I think the boat crashes and flips, so yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's dead. But you know what? If you're gonna go out being snarky. I can respect that. Yes, I agree. Definitely should be something more here. Because if he was snarky for like a fair portion of the film, like him going on a snarky line would actually be worthwhile.
His
True.
name was Dr. Ian.
Dr. Ian.
Malcolm?
Not
No.
Malcolm.
No.
Fortunately.
Speaking about cocky, something I liked that was a bit cocky was the younger brother thought he knew how to use a gun since the train heist, like he's been taught, and it shows him actually using it to defend himself when they're him and his brother are fighting some of the humans,
Trying to go rescue
And it has-
Spider. Yeah.
and it has such a kickback to go straight to the ceiling that he clearly does not know how to use it or has never used one before. I think that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think
the
that was a
other
nice
brother
connection.
grabs it and he actually uses it correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Actually.
Which is a little bit weird because I don't know the age difference between them if they're both stationed on recon.
That's probably like a year or two.
I guess a couple years.
Yeah. Let's see what else happens. Oh yeah, they find the found family finally remembers Spider exists and they want to rescue him. Like there's, they weren't really presented with the opportunity about it with earlier, but they never talk about it. They don't miss him at all.
Yeah, that's pretty
Curie
much
seems to be the
Curie.
only one who misses him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
She talks to Jake about it.
I
yes,
felt very. Well, it's a
My
bit later,
heart.
but Romeo and Juliet when they're both like with a knife to their throat, and they're both like, "Just don't hurt the other one." Like I don't care about my own. Just don't hurt the other one, and that's how what they're both saying to each other.
hmm
Well, saying to their captors, but
yeah,
There you go.
I know what you mean. Yeah. But yeah, it's
I like
weird
that.
it's weird that like
slap bands.
it's weird that like they don't care about Spider. Like at least Jake doesn't, because Jake would be the only one presumably that does, and the brothers don't really talk about it either, even though they also grew up with him. Up until this moment, it's very odd for me.
yeah,
Mm.
Neytiri definitely doesn't care about him.
Yeah, sure. I agree with what we see in this film. She absolutely doesn't.
And I think Took's too young to fully give
We don't
a
get much of that character.
strong.
so.
Yeah. So, anyways, they get in. They rescue those who captured from Quaritch, and you know maybe they'll learn from it this time. Let's see what else happens. You said the slap bands; those are funny. That was kind of
Yeah,
funny.
that's
Alright.
kind of ridiculous. The part where the kids are swimming before this whole battle and they get captured, I just wrote, it's pretty ridiculous how long they're breathing at this point. They're underwater for a very long time, even with the training they had. I found it
Without lawn fish.
pretty long. Yeah. I think I got really lucky with those air pockets that just happened to be underwater in there. Don't really know how those air pockets got there. Lucky.
Some kind of plant we never saw made. So
They're like diving bells. You know, they go up during the day, come down at night.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh.
You
At
solved
least
it.
they're not fully like safe because the humans pretty quickly see their feet.
Mhm.
So it's a nice little break. It's not like they're fully hidden. So kind of evens out. But yeah, they are just there.
And we see Shoot, what's his name again already? Sigourney Weaver.
Kiri.
Okay. Kiri. She just destroys those subs with sea anemones.
Yeah,
the tentacle
Urchins
things.
or whatever those
Yeah.
Hey, well, answers the call.
I
Yeah.
think it shows a little bit of darkness that the humans were trying to survive and get out with their masks, and they just get
are.
crushed.
Yeah. She was not letting them go.
Remember, they're evil and stupid. We're not supposed to care.
right. None of this will come back on them at all.
Yeah. I like. I mean, I guess I know it's totally like to the plot and story, but I like that actually one of the characters we know gets shot. Is actually injured.
The older brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy. You know, it's not 100% plot armor, and you know he's not the one that went on an arc this movie, so obviously, but they needed to do something with him.
The death of the older brother gives the strength to the younger one, who
Mhm.
continues to do whatever he normally does, and his older brother's death doesn't change him. At least not yet.
Well,
but
older brother was only there for that other brother.
Yeah,
True.
He
Yeah,
didn't really
yeah.
interact with the other
So-
siblings.
yeah.
he had a little talk with his dad about they looked worse. That was it.
Yeah.
Which one looked worse?
Like I
the
said,
other
he's someone I wanted more screen time for, just so we could get to care about him. But he is used enough effectively to where I understand him, I guess, as a person. Just I didn't care about him enough.
Yeah, let's see. I can't believe I got tied up again.
Yeah,
Funny.
because it's gonna work for a third time. Obviously, Korch is really learning here.
Hey, don't break. Don't fix it if it ain't broke.
I mean, the kid got captured 3 times at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
In the
really are.
jungle, they
His,
got caught on the boat. They got released and they got caught again.
they really are his kryptonite. I mean, there really doesn't seem to be much of a fix to that one.
I mean, it's just done to facilitate the final showdown.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And all the Reef people disappear because why wouldn't they?
Oh, Crimson wanted to talk about that.
Oh, that's your thing. Okay.
Yeah,
I
Crimson
brought
wanted-
it up after we got out of the theaters,
Oh,
where the reef people and the whale went.
yeah. I have no fucking
It
clue
all
either.
went away.
Yeah, no, and that was my problem leaving the theater as well. So go right ahead, buddy. You take it away.
It would be such a different movie, I think, if they were still there during the fight.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
If it was like 10 tribe people versus Quaritch, whatever his name is, that conflict would end pretty quickly.
No, it was nighttime. They had to go to bed.
You're right. It's bedtime.
But they can't sleep because monsters are nearby. It's not...
Oh, wow.
It's actually a Minecraft crossover. You just didn't realize it.
yeah.
That's pretty much it for the act I got. Oh, I guess we can talk about the son dying. He died.
Yeah,
Jake
it was very sad.
Cannibals.
It was very sad.
Yeah.
And then Korich taunts Jake again, and yeah,
Lost one son.
he's like
You still got 3 more to lose.
or something to the effect of like same deal as before. As he says, standing on a burning, hulking wreck of a ship. It's slowly sinking. Same deal as before. Clearly, I still have the position of power.
He's got the leverage.
Whole
the tilt.
world in his hand.
So many references in this podcast so far.
Or somebody
Keeping
will
it coming.
make a tally.
Did anybody else have anything else to say?
No.
Okay.
It's slightly convenient that when the older brother dies, the whole family's there.
True.
In a whole war battle scene, they all appear to be on that one little rock.
Yeah. Hell, Spider and Kyria just end up there. They swam there.
Their spidey senses are tingling. My brother's gone away. Now with Awa.
Yeah.
Hey, what?
Hey, what you doing? Act 5. Spider offering to help Jake Get on board to the end.
Final act.
Yep. Finally. Sure, we
Crimson,
got
why
some
don't you
big
start?
things to say. Oh, I wasn't supposed to be on the spot. All right, I'll jump straight to it. Why is Quartz alive still? He drowned like 10 times over in there. When Spider found him,
But
and
you,
he was,
oh,
like,
you see,
choking.
James Cameron just felt guilty about making a lot of people drown during the filming of Titanic, so he wanted to make.
Oh.
Oh, I had a different thought.
What's your thought?
I think he really likes the actor Stephen Lane playing antagonist, and he's going to stay the antagonist for the whole Avatar series.
I mean, he is, but
It probably is, unfortunately.
he should have died twice now.
I mean, it
he
took
was
a
drowning
lot
for
to kill him
so
in the first
long.
movie.
He's dead. You're not gonna convince me he's not
Okay,
dead.
well, only thing we can really go off of that we're not really sure of is how long a Na'vi, after going unconscious in water, can hold their breath compared to a human would. Because a human in that circumstance would be dead, yes, but a Na'vi, we're not fully sure. Yeah.
I mean,
That's
you're
cut off there.
right. We just see how
It's a
long the kids can
That's never
last
talked about.
All right.
before the training.
Yeah, so this is really, really bad. But let's talk about now the Quaritch just looking around while his men get taken out. I'm about to advocate for a character killing a child. So, Quaritch should have decorated the fucking floor with one of Jake's children. Because Jake and Interior just press further and further in, and he has hostages that he's not using. What a pathetic villain.
I mean, he was ready to kill a whole village.
He was ready to kill. He was ready to kill a whole village.
He's evil enough to do it.
Yeah, he's evil enough to do it. See, Avatar 1 Quaritch would have done it without hesitation.
But now he's got a kid. See, now he can't kill kids because he's got one.
Right.
That is a very weak point to make. It's a
That-
point. It stands, but it is a very weak point.
Exactly. That's the best defense that the writers will come up with, and it's not enough because they didn't spend enough time together. What little development we have between them is
That one scene
very.
when
Is
Spider was teaching him how to speak.
it's
and-
not enough.
Yeah, but Spider was there when he learned how to fly.
Because
And
imagine this,
he
Jake.
got made fun of with his
Yeah, the
language in the
rap line.
jungle.
He was
Because
a translator. He got promoted.
Because imagine if
Yeah.
this happened. Jake goes in, I'm hero man, going in, killing everything with his, wife, and then you see Quaritch from like across the ship blows one of the kids' brains out. Quaritch is like, yeah, you did this. I got another one. So you want to talk now? I would have respected this Quaritch a little bit more if he did that, because the fighting aspect of both Jake and Neytiri breaking in through the ship and killing everyone lasts for a very long time.
Yes.
And the fact that he's just like looking around like terrified and not doing anything with his hostages is problematic.
Until the very end of the said fight.
It's even still problematic in that, but I mean it's not his fault at that point. Well, actually, kind of it is, but we'll get there. But this is just bad. It's the third act, man. It's not good. Sorry, fifth act, whatever.
Fifth act discussion podcast, third act of film.
Yeah.
Neytiri was pretty cool during this, though, dispatching all the goons.
I think my favorite one is shooting the guy with the arrow, picking up the arrow back in the bow with the body attached to it, and shooting the arrow through the dead body.
Yeah,
That was cool.
Neytiri was brutal, and it is. Don't get me wrong, I like the fight scene. It's very brutal, and it's fun to watch in that like hell yeah kind of way. Doesn't make any fucking sense because one of their children would be dead.
Well,
Yeah.
to me, I think that's why Spider hid when he saw Neytiri going feral. Because if he was out in the open, I think Neytiri in that blind rage would have shot and killed him.
Yeah, no, see that makes sense to
Absolutely,
me.
yeah.
I'm not against that. Like I for her it's just kill all humans at that point. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is
I'm
what
willing
happens
to
at the end
accept
of
that
this.
she has more control.
Yeah. What I'm not okay with is what happens at the end. But
Something I wrote during her combat was she's got a very strong bow, and right when I finished writing that, it broke. She was just batting people up with that thing.
oh yeah.
And I'm flying.
I mean, that
Those
bow's
made out
strong
of
enough to get through
titanium.
bulletproof glass. So it's
Yeah.
No, I meant actually whacking people with the bow, not the arrows.
yeah. Well,
Get-
same
get-
thing.
get
Strong
the
bow.
ears.
I guess that's why it's such a little small
Yeah.
thing that the bow's broken. She's not
Yeah.
crying over it being her dad's bow and all, but
I think she definitely
looked at it an acknowledgement, and then moved on.
I did this.
yeah,
my
like she
fault.
definitely has the like emotional reaction. It's very subtle, but I like that she acknowledges it because it's at the end of the day it is a weapon meant to be used as such. So
yeah, it's the last thing her father gave her before he died.
Died.
Before he went with Ewa.
Because they don't actually die.
A nice little, I guess, visual part I like a little further ahead. It seems we're going a little linear, but to pop a little, when Jake, Natiri, and Korch all have a child, like with them, it's a nice symmetry balance I like. Jake has Took, Korch has Kiri, and Natiri has Spider.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I suppose.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Someone else got something?
I
I
could just,
unfortunately have to vacate. I will not be here to finish. But
So close.
so
best
close.
of luck.
Yeah.
I will
What's your rating?
trust. No, I'll message it to you.
What?
I'm not gonna spoil. You're not there yet. Come on.
Well, every time someone leaves, we get their rating.
You're not going to
4.
be here at the
There
end.
you go. 4.
4.
Alright.
Toodaloo. Enjoy.
All right.
Toodaloo.
Thanks for
Sinister.
joining.
See you, Sinister.
Goodbye.
All right.
All right. I mean, I could just jump right to the final standoff.
Sure. You don't like it? Go ahead.
So
Jake shakes his head with a knife. Standoff? That one?
no, the kid standoff where they
Oh, the kid. Okay.
yeah, the one where they're threatening each other's kids. It's a very awkward position as a writer if you're relying on your villain to be more merciful than your heroine. And this is where the theme of the movie just comes crashing to a halt because the idea is they're trying to give the theme of family, and the family is what makes this very strong at the center. It's the core of the film. So the fact that Natiri is about to fucking kill Spider is a bit of a problem because her kids would have an issue with that. Jake has an issue with that. And we don't know if she was bluffing or not because we get nothing after this fucking scene. And
I believe she wasn't bluffing. She already scratched him once.
yeah, she
The
scratched
second
him.
attempt would have been
Well,
killed.
the scratch is nothing.
And like I said,
I think
this could have been
just to show that she is willing to damage him.
this could have been easily fixed in this scene, in the aftermath scene where everyone's having a good old hug and cry together, where she and Spider have a moment, whether it be respect or whatever, but it's not there. So we don't know officially whether she was bluffing or not. We're left to just assume, which is a problem in and of itself. And Quaritch backs off. So once again, this Quaritch is pathetic. Like
It is not flesh and blood, though.
it's
He's not my
It's-
son. I don't.
yeah, it's
And then a minute later, no, don't.
yeah. So like there could be something here. Like if they had a proper build up and their rapport was more established. But what we have as a baseline is not enough. I know they're trying and they want us to believe for these characters, but there's not enough groundwork for here to facilitate the believability of what's happening. Quaritch is a pathetic character now, and that sucks. So this is why I don't like the fact that they brought him back anymore, because they could have done something cool with him, but they didn't. He's just here to be a bad guy and lose constantly, apparently.
Yeah.
So I guess this will get with how bad the standoff is to me. How do you guys feel about it?
Straight, you can go.
I think it was fine until Quarch did the 180 turn after less than a minute to protect Spider. I think Quarch having Kiri under his knife and saying he doesn't care about Spider because it doesn't really shown. I mean, the bonding has been really small and not fleshed out because it was all focused on Jake. The whole movie, was around Jake and his family. So I think Spider could have been killed. Spider could have been stabbed and bled out, and Quarch could have like a little bit of sadness to him, but he already exclaimed he's not his kid. He doesn't care. So just a little bit like under the hard shell of himself to be like, oh no, I got that kid killed. Would have then, as soon as that, maybe sliced Kiri's throat, and it could have been like later, like, oh, Kiri got healed somehow, whatever. But to show the character of Quarch actually willing to kill, a kid of any sort after all these captures, I think that would have strengthened it. And then Neytiri and Jake could have gone after Quarch, and it would have been cool. Quarch could fend them both off with his training now in an Avatar body to give that Marine talk they had at the beginning, even though his no-name buddies are weak and dead. Quarch is the big bad, so being able to fend them both off would have been cool.
Yeah, at least in Avatar 1, even on the back foot, he's still a badass. I mean, he jumps into his fucking pilot suit with his shoulder on fire. So
yeah.
So there is something here, it's just yeah. I get it though. I get your perspective on it.
Yeah.
So
the flip to no, don't kill Spider is just eh.
Yeah, it's really weak because unfacilitated by anything that's come in the story.
There should have been more shown of a bond if that was to strengthen his decision.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's certainly going to be a bond now.
Yeah. So
and then
I guess
do you have lets them walk away and then just starts
taunting
calling Jake a chicken.
All right, so again, to continue before his eyes, I don't know why Jake just didn't pick up a gun that he collected off of them and just shot him.
See, the rounds are wet. Sorry.
Probably
wet powder.
Yeah. Or they had a knife fight because it never showed Quarch losing his pistol.
Yeah, it's a little weird that too. It just vanished like the knife in Last Jedi.
Maybe it does come up that it just came out of thin air.
Yeah, maybe it's an ability pistol, like in Overwatch, you just get your abilities.
It's on cooldown?
Yeah.
I did like Jake's quick response to Quarch calling him out, though. I'm just going to keep coming after you. Might as well just end it now. All right. Charges him.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, that to me was in character for Jake. Yeah. It would have been. I'm trying to think of ways to fix the scene, and you know what? Avatar is not worth the effort. So.
Like we kind of covered, the elements are there. Like Quarch needed more time with Spider.
Yeah,
would have helped that scene a lot more. You guys seem to think Neytiri's mostly correct in her actions. At least that's what I'm gathering. I never got the feeling up to this point that she hated Spider or anything.
It's the only thing that we have to facilitate that she hates Spider is just Jake's narration, which in of itself is not really enough, because I would assume she would have cared about Spider just by proxy because Spider helps take care of her kids.
Years.
Yeah. So while I am fine with her using him as a hostage, the fact that we have nothing after the fact is what really damages Neytiri's character for me.
Yeah, the fact that after all this we are unsure whether or not she would have killed him shows to me that we didn't get enough Neytiri to decide ourselves whether she could do it or not.
Yeah.
There's nothing shown prior either. It's not just that one scene. There's nothing shown prior other than the very narration at the very beginning.
Yeah, there's nothing. That's what a lot of this movie is. It just feels like nothing. It's just...
the kids got captured at the beginning and Neytiri went to go fight, she was there for her own kids. It's my belief. She wasn't there to get Spider. He was just a friend of theirs.
The only thing really directly from Naturi is she tells, I think, maybe Jake that Spider should be with his own people. But that wasn't like a hateful thing or I'm tired of the kid. This is
I
like,
think it was a little venomous. But do you think earlier on when Spider got captured at the end of Act 1, when we were discussing, if it was one of Naturi's kids, do you think Naturi would have turned back? Like say like Took fell down. Do you think they would have gone back and gone after Took?
which part are you talking about?
When in the very beginning, I'm assuming you mean.
Yeah, when Spider tripped and got captured by
Oh.
Forge.
Oh, Naturi would have.
Naturi's
I
kids.
think 100% Naturi would
Yeah,
have.
she would have gone back.
She would have gone back. 100% it would have been like, oh, we're going on a rescue mission right fucking now. Like, this is
But
happening.
because it's Spider, they just went back to camp.
Yeah, which already is a fucking problem. But you know what? I'm just gonna give the film that because I don't have enough patience to break it down why it's a problem.
Okay. I didn't mean to point that as a problem to the whole. I just meant a
Well, we
connection
get
between
indirect
Naturi
stuff,
and
but we
Spider.
don't get anything solid, which I think is the problem.
Yeah. Like, the narration is the closest thing we have to direct stuff, and that's not enough because we know how
The
much
words of
time they've
Naturi.
spent each other. We know how much time they've spent with each other, which is... It's almost incongruent then, because if Naturi and her kids spend so much time with this character, they're obviously going to develop some care for him. Even if Naturi is very cold towards him, she will still have the empathy to understand that her kids like him.
Well, we already know she would because she's with Jake. The
Yeah.
human.
Yeah, so it's yes, like I said, it's already problematic in that sense. It's one of the Spider's a character with a lot of potential, but all the relationships around him are broken and non-functional in the story.
Unfortunately, yeah.
The only one that
isn't fractured is with Kiri.
Yeah, like that's the only one that I can think of that off the top of my head that's somewhat intact, but we also don't get much of it. We just know that they care about each other.
The reason I bring up why I think Naturi would turn back to get her own kid like Took or something rather than Spider, who they left and get captured, is because in this next part of the scene, Took gets sucked underwater into the ship and Naturi immediately dives in after her. If it was Spider who got sucked under, I don't know if Naturi would jump in.
Oh, God,
She was just about to kill him.
Oh, that's right.
Swim under the fire, you freaking morons.
Crimson had a problem with the fire in the water, which reminded me of Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah.
No wonder he hates it.
I like Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It was so irritating. This whole movie's about water. We have a whole montage of them swimming underwater for prolonged periods of time. And we get a little fire barrier on the water surface. So they're like, oh, we got to go back to the ship.
Let it also be shown and known that not a single water creature is around. They left with the whole tribe as well.
Everything's gone.
Yeah, don't
Everything
worry.
that was bonded with Jake and Naturi was on a Banshee, but not even the Banshees around.
Yeah, it's fucked. They like I said, this is all to facilitate a sinking ship because James Cameron likes to film a sinking ship. He has some experience with that, I suppose. So it's just.
This movie did give a lot of nods to James Cameron's work on the Titanic and The Abyss.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. Yeah, I don't have much to say other than just this scene annoyed me, or this prolonged scene of them trying to escape the fire annoyed me. The sinking ship.
Yeah, it was just dumb.
This felt forced and contrived. That's why I didn't like it.
Second.
Man, maybe the tribe could help them. Oh wait.
No. Like we established, it's bedtime for them.
All the comms for their neck earpiece only stay with them. Only with the Sullys.
Except for when the doctor has
it. Yeah. I assume that's just because it's the human father is why they have them. So I don't know if Sully would have brought in one for the chief, so I don't think they actually would get him, but it would be...
Well, no, not give one to the chief. I'm just saying that the communication devices is only around the Sully family.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they, planned some kind of ambush attack or something and gave it off and Jake could have used it to do a trigger word or something. Who knows? They didn't think that. They're not that smart. I have a little question to bring up, which Crimson tried to explain to me, but I still don't think it. When Spider was underwater to save Corch, how does his mask work to help him breathe underwater? Because
I
he doesn't have an
do
air
not
tank.
fucking know.
He has a little black box.
So okay, so the wire of the black box is run to the mask. So what I assume that the point of the box is it filters the atmosphere and gives him the air through the wire.
Of
That is
water?
of air normally, not.
Well,
But thanks
that
to
makes sense.
thanks to this,
Everyone
I have to
does-
assume
yeah.
it's everything.
Is it sucking the O2 out of the H2O? I couldn't.
It could,
I didn't get
for
it.
all I fucking know, it could be doing that.
Yeah.
It could be some sort of rebreather underwater.
Yeah, it could be.
Yes.
Like I said, there is avenues for this to work. I have no idea because the film told me fucking nothing.
Yeah, that was my main thing. I'm like, I know it's showing the Na'vi breathing underwater and the help with the lungfish at times, but it's never shown for a human. And mostly what it's shown when a human's underwater, they're dead. So spiders underwater so long with the mask on, I just didn't know.
I mean, the guys in the submarine, they went out swimming with the masks on as well.
Yeah. As soon as
But
the
then
water
they got smashed.
the submarine, they put their masks on.
Yeah.
I thought that was just so when they got to the surface of the water, they can breathe. But that was a little quip on that. I think
something go ahead.
kind of. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say it's a little interesting that when the ship's flipped over and Corch and Jake are waiting and just looking at each other, and Corch is like smirking until they run out of air to fight again.
Yeah.
It was interesting that like they gave themselves a break, like a breathing, like rest cycle for both of them.
They
they
unanimously
didn't
called it
continue
respite.
fighting. Yeah. It was a little odd, but I think it was also fine.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. Because they, at that moment, during the pause, they both realized they're probably not getting out of this, whether or not they fight. So, yeah, I was alright with it. What I was going to comment was I like during the combat when Jake doesn't have any weapons, he takes off his armor and uses that to counter Corch's
Knife.
Corch's knife. Yeah, and disarms him with it eventually. It was decent combat in here, and I like how the environment was used with like the chain.
Yeah, like the fight was actually pretty
rungs
decent
and stuff.
The fight was actually
Yeah.
pretty decent. I'm just annoyed by what facilitated it.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of little scenes of Inception of how it was filmed, of the ship turning while they're in it, of the water moving around.
Oh yeah,
was it
okay.
in? Was that in?
Remind me of Poseidon a little bit.
I know Crimson hasn't seen it, and this might irritate some of the viewer or listeners out there to get us to cover it at some point. But Ryder, remind me, was it in a Mission Impossible movie where the guy was in the back of a van and started flooding with water, but the water was angled?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Mission
that was in
Impossible.
the trailer. That was
Okay.
a trailer shot.
It reminded me of that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's not so much. I got more Inception than I did that, just because obviously the whole flipping the whole world thing was
I
far
was only
more.
connecting the Mission Impossible thing because it had water as a usage for the flip. But
Have either of you seen Poseidon?
Poseidon, not recently.
No,
That's
I don't
another
think I
one where
have.
the ship flips upside down and you get some water shots like that as well. Let's see. We see Natiri and Took or Tuck
They finally get to
in
a
there.
quote unquote safe area, ish.
Yeah,
A resting area where they'll be okay, as Natiri calls it.
I'm glad when Kiri gets there that they acknowledge that Natiri hasn't been practicing anything, which I still find is a problem that she didn't in the first place. But
I think she's
like
just too stubborn.
I acknowledge it. I don't know. We don't even get to see her being stubborn about it. When
We have to
during the
assume,
training, where
Springs.
they're
That's
like,
the problem.
hey, mom, do you want to join us during training? I don't want to train with these water people.
Yeah.
That would I don't know. We don't even see that. She just wasn't present.
I don't think she was in the slow motion net shot when they were fishing earlier on. She wasn't there when they're with the kids training underwater in the dive. She wasn't with Jake riding the animals. She wasn't around for any of the training.
She's only
Which
around
makes me
when
think she's
the
stubborn.
son gets in trouble.
Yeah. I do like when the lights go out, their bioluminescence act up to give still light to see, but it's very pretty.
Aesthetically very pretty. I agree.
And being that it is now nighttime, the lungfish come in.
Or Kira
So,
called them, whichever one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
one of the two.
which helped me kind of figure out that in my thought is that they're nocturnal.
Did you
Being
did
that
you want to talk about the wait? Did you already talk about the clips thing that you wanted to say?
Well, I guess I can bring it up now since we're in the last act. The whole ship thing. They go through the whole battle, and the eclipse goes through, and then that's kind of where the tribe dies off when it hits nighttime. Then they go through the whole fight in the ship, save who they can in the ship, get out, and it becomes daytime. The whole ship flipping and being in the ship in real time cuts was the entirety of a night. I don't think that's right.
Do we know how long a night is on Pandora?
No. At least if there is a line of dialogue for it, I do not remember.
It didn't cut to any past time sequences or like next day things, which makes me think the night cycle is like 20 minutes.
Could be. I don't know.
I
So
think
we know
it's more
Pandora's a
than that,
moon.
because
we
at
know
the
how many-
beginning, I know it's longer than 20 minutes because in the first movie, when Jake gets lost, it's already nighttime and he starts using a torch, and then he gets taken all the way to the tree, has the whole meeting, and then gets in a cocoon to sleep.
Yeah, the only, I guess, devil's advocate I could do is we don't really know the planet that Pandora revolves around and how many moons that has. So there could be multiple eclipses in a day.
Oh, you think
For all
different
we know.
seasons is different night cycles?
Like one Earth day could have like 4 eclipses, but then the next day could only have 2 because how many moons are in the path of the sun, or how many planets. We just don't know how many eclipses and how long each eclipse is. It could be completely random, for all we know.
Yes, that's
But
right.
We just don't know the world.
Can kind of go off at the beginning when Jake's talking about date night and they're like flying their banshees at night, and then the next shot is them in the tree kind of cuddling until they see the stars. That might be the same night, and if it is the same night, then it doesn't add up, but it could cut to a separate night and they weren't taking place at the same time because the cut of shots. But the events of what's happening with the ship flip here in, I guess, not real time, but in the time shown, is in the span of 20 minutes for the whole day cycle until they get out. Yeah. So I found that problematic.
Yeah,
I can agree with the timescale. We just don't know how.
We don't know how
eclipses
fucked. We
are
don't know how
and
fucked
stuff.
it is. We know it's wrong,
Yeah.
but
I just definitely something that was thought of because this isn't the first time we've seen the eclipse in this film.
Crimson, this goes back to the reef thing where that it took them only 20 minutes to cross the world. The eclipse. We know the timescale now.
That makes it even worse because my biggest concern with it being one night is that the military could find them pretty quickly if they didn't go that far away.
Mm-hmm.
So that's.
Don't worry, there's a tracker still in Spider's mask. We don't have anything to worry about.
That's true. That's definitely going to come into play.
If it doesn't, I'm gonna just. If it doesn't, I'm gonna throw a tomato at my fucking movie screen.
All right. You need to send pictures when you do that in 2 years.
Curie gives the lungfish, goes for Natirian Took, which I guess makes sense because that's what Curie saw saw them get sucked under and doesn't really know where Jake is, and doesn't care about Corch. So the son kind of slightly redeems himself by going after his dad and finding him to help him, and not being such a screw up.
Yeah, like this is.
Well, he initially ignored his dad's orders to do this, though. So I don't know what the lesson is, because Jake told him to stay on the island with his dead brother.
That's true.
But
But I would have been upset if Jake died, and now the main character's the kid. Then
I agree.
I think once Jake dies, I'm not gonna really care.
Like I said, I do think that this is where some of their intention of a through line for a character is. Like he's grown. The idea is he's grown up. He's a man now, and he's going to go save his dad. There is something that works here. Like this is an idea and concept that works. I would agree that the execution is messy. The plot line to get here is obliterated, but there is something here.
How do you guys feel? I think I talked to Crimson after we watched it. How do you feel that the one F-bomb used is Spider going back to get his dad?
I don't have much towards it. When you asked me, I didn't even realize it was used. I didn't even acknowledge it. So.
I mean,
that was the use of their one F-bomb in the PG-13 of this movie.
Fine with it. Just I don't really. Like I said, I curse like a fucking sailor. Case in point. So
yeah, but it's a spider.
The importance of like the F-bomb being dropped isn't really all that relevant to me when it comes to movies. I would appreciate if it was better used, but Spider being the one to say it, I'm fine with. I just because there's a lot of potential in his character that they do nothing with. I would have,
sure
or could have been, or that would have been something where we had a reaction to Jake had a reaction to Quaritch being alive. He could have cursed. That would have been the F-bomb.
I guess so.
So irritated with Spider saving him here because
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Not okay.
So here's the thing. We've had more on-screen time between Quaritch and Spider than we've had with Spider and Natiri. Even though we know this is not true, because they would have had longer living lives together over the last decade. But that's what the film wants us to believe in. Is it enough? Absolutely fucking not. But
I saw this as a betrayal to the Sullys, because
they worked really hard.
Spider went under to save the family, but he left them to die to save Quaritch. That's just the fact. Saving him left them to die.
Fuck! I didn't even think about it like that. You're right. I'm just gonna bite that one. Yeah.
It's not good for Spider what he did there.
Also, Spider's main thing when the ship was getting flipped is to Kiri. He just kept saying, "Stick together, don't leave, just be with me" or whatever.
Immediately
and then
fucks
they
off.
Immediately split up. Yeah.
What wonderful writing! Oh.
God. And now we covered that. That's fine. That's right.
I did say earlier that their creatures are gone. The rides they use to, I don't know what to call them, the flying fish kind of look. The whale comes back.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Right at the right time.
Got to save the main characters, obviously.
Can't have Jake drowned.
Even you said, Springs, you would no longer you would no longer be invested when Jake dies.
I don't think I would. I think the only thing I can see it is like a Gears of War instance where you got these new characters kind of thing, and they're like, "We need help," and they go to find Jake. So.
Mm-hmm. When the whale saves them.
Yeah, I'm really happy I understood the reference.
That's clarification for the audience out there who are like, "That never happened in the first Gears game." It's like just in case.
When the whale saves him, Jake says to his son, "I see you, son."
Yeah,
Which would have been a
He's
very
kinda said
powerful.
earlier in the
He's
film.
never said it to his son before.
Which would have been
Never.
very, very powerful if this film had a good script.
Yeah, because he's been the outcast, and his crush, I forgot the girl's name, but she says, "I see you, demon blood," or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a thing from the first film too, because Naturi says it to him. He says it to Naturi. It's a big thing. Like he explains the whole spiritual. The scientist guy explains the whole spiritual meaning behind it to Jake in the
They
first film in one of the
say
human
They
scenes.
say it when they arrive to the water tribe.
Yeah,
They're just saying it to the chief. They're just like, "I see you," with like no real meaning. And now at the end here, I mean, even from the first film, it's supposed to have this huge spiritual meaning behind it. So it's
Mhm.
really thrown away when they get to the tribe and everyone in the family's just doing it.
I
It's kind of
concur.
insulting. I guess unless you want to talk more about that, I'll cut to the part where the chief goes, "Your son died in war in the water. You're part of us now.
You're one of us.
You've sacrificed your firstborn. Welcome to the family." Like, it was weird. I didn't.
Well,
I mean,
I think he
it's just
says
part of
your
the-
son lays with us now. You're not one of us.
Yeah, you are one of us
That's more
regardless.
what it
Yeah.
was.
And just like that,
Well, that
we were
Um,
reef people.
said before the funeral, right? Before putting him into the water.
I think so.
Uh,
Actually, no. I think that
It was
the funeral
after?
scene comes first. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
it
that
was
makes a
after.
little more sense.
Because they were about to leave
yeah, I'm
because of the
okay
danger they're
with them
putting in.
accepting him because from what we saw, they only lost like one or two tribe members. So
Yeah, they
And then
clearly
Jake
got the
goes,
better end.
"We're
Yeah.
people now."
Yeah.
It's gonna be great in the third movie when he goes, "We're desert people now."
yeah, we're gonna be part of every single tribe on this
Each
moon.
movie, that's a callback to Jake. That's, I guess, creative in some sense. Each movie, Jake becomes a different kind of person. He's a human. Now he's a Na'vi. Forest person. Then he's a forest person. Now he's a water person. Then he's gonna be water person. Desert person.
Yeah, he'll come back as the Avatar, master of all the different regions of Pandora, and then get to lead everyone in
No, look forward to the
harmony.
last Avatar movie where he turns back into a human.
To go to Earth, kill the leader or
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
Who knows?
I have no
That-
idea
that's
what's going through
that's
James
the
Cameron's
big-
mind now anymore. I
The big
don't.
Planet 51 twist. It's not the aliens going to Earth. It's the Earth going. Well, it's like, Earthlings going to alien planet. It'll be flopped. Na'vi go to Earth to just wipe the humans out.
Yes, it was kind of sad at the funeral scene that they tried so hard to make you care, because they were giving flashes of
The brother.
the son's life and stuff. And like, wow, this is sad. How you're trying right now.
I think the only scene that got close to me caring is the spiritual connection scene where Jake is teaching him how to shoot.
Yeah, Springs had a question about that part actually.
About what?
When Jake and Naturi are in the
Oh,
spirit tree.
yeah. What? Okay. I forget what my actual question was, but I found it weird that if they're connected through the spirit tree, they are in each other's memories or thoughts. Because Naturi's watching, unless it's Naturi's thought of a memory, her own side of thought is seeing Jake and the son, because that's how she saw it when she was, in the past, and that's actually her own personal memory. But the way it's shown is she's present in Jake's own memory. So I don't know if it's like Naturi's brain goes through the soul tree up into Jake's brain. I don't know. I just found that was something shown that's different, but different, really odd.
Yeah, it's the only time we see it. And I don't know why the Na'vi are always so sad when people die when you can just revisit them all the time like this. And through at least Kiri, she was able to actually interact with the dead. I don't know if normal people can, because all we've really seen is changing memories a little bit. So I have no idea. What are your thoughts on that, Ryder?
They get caveats in the sense of like she's special with Aowa, and we know that at least her memory was uploaded to into Aowa, Sigourney Weaver's character. So I don't really have much issue with her interaction with herself, I guess, like her mom. I take a little more issue with Natiri and seeing it on Jake's memory because I don't know how this works. Like, I get that she is special, but I'm not sure why this works for these two, if that makes sense.
Yep, all in the same boat. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Let's see. I guess one of the only thing left for me to bring up is the bookend of sorts with the singing and the necklace bit is all right. I guess. I think you're supposed to feel something from it. I didn't.
Hey, well, it's a callback.
I like me some bookends. So
It's a good bookend.
that was all right.
I don't. It's a good bookend. I don't think, like you, it could have been stronger. Like maybe they added a bead for their son, or something like that. That would be something.
Yeah, I think they added a bead for his death because each bead represents a moment in their life that's significant.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they added a death bead, but I might be incorrect. Strings are usually more observant than I. Was that the
A
case?
death bead? I do not know. I don't remember the visual between the first instance of the beads in the beginning to the movie to the last one, and if anything was changed or different. I did not catch that. I'm going to guess that there is because the importance that it talked about at the beginning about the beads, that one would be added for their son, but I didn't see it.
Okay. And then at the very end, we see Jake stand firmly in living here, and that's pretty much it.
He's not.
Anyone else?
He's
got
done
anything?
running.
Yeah. Until he runs in the next one, like
yeah.
we said, to a desert or something.
Yeah. Man, his
Last
tribe is
call.
dead. I don't have anything. Sorry.
Thanks.
The callback to the first movie, the close up on Jake's eyes for the ending.
Oh, that is
If they
true.
don't do it-
Yeah.
If they don't do it in the third movie, it will make this part of the movie way worse. If it's a staple for the Avatar movies to end on a close up of Jake's eyes, cool, fine with that.
Now you just want
Especially
them to be
that for
consistent.
The music, it's consistent. If they don't do it, it makes it worse in this movie because of the callbacks they already did that I don't like.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we made it through this 3-hour and 12-minute movie.
In about, I don't know,
4 hours.
4 hours now. Yeah.
4 hours. Yeah.
Wow. Good job.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Made good time.
We've done far worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Until this the rating part takes 2 hours.
Oh boy.
Yeah. All right. We'll just go with our standard summary and review, starting with Ryder.
All right. I'm gonna do my subjective first. As I said, the reason I was mostly excited for this film is just because I wanted to see the peak of visual effects and what we can achieve now. Because usually that's a good benchmark. That's kind of what I'm viewing at the Avatar movies going forward. That doesn't really have a lot of rewatchability in it itself for me. And there isn't much rewatchability in this film for me. I can see it as background noise for a family member or me walking into a room and I'm just too lazy to change it. But man, I am not gonna rewatch this movie of my own volition. So Pandora looks beautiful. They definitely hit their music cues to kind of trigger the good old member berries. I think, as I said, it's very, the aesthetic is great, and I have a lot of appreciation for the visual effects department because of this. That being said, my subjective is probably a 3.5. I don't see myself coming back to this anytime soon because it's not really much there for me to latch onto, other than that it's sci-fi and I like sci-fi, and that's not enough. Subjective.
I didn't think it was way that low.
Yeah. So
Surprising.
yeah. So objectively, I was coming out of this film with it being around a 5 originally, and then I sat on it and I thought about it, and it just got worse and worse and worse. It's a problem if I think Lightyear has better character work than this movie does.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yes. Yes, obviously.
That's a joke out of me. You know.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a problem. And once I realized that kind of determined where to fall on my scale. I then started comparing it to the lower ends of my scale, which would be Jurassic World Dominion and Doctor Strange too. I think there is something here in terms of the character work. Actually, I'll get to character work last because that's gonna take fucking forever. I'm gonna start with the plot. The plot is garbage. The plot is poorly paced, poorly structured. It's got for the most basic plot that you could expect with easy layups. Somehow James Cameron managed to fuck up. I am thoroughly surprised because I consider James, or at least I had once considered James Cameron to be a great storyteller. I'm kind of on the fence about that now. This kind of pushed me to that. The world building, as I have brought up repeatedly throughout the podcast, is also apparently fucked. We have no answers about how anything works still. What we are given just raises more questions, whether it be why not have a disposable army, how fucked is Earth, why are the humans so comically evil and stupid? I don't know. These are all questions and scenarios that this world has presented to us, and we get no payoff as to why. So the only thing that's left to pull this story through is characters, really. And so that means this is already batting up in a very, very poor direction. We have the Sully kids. So Kira has something going for her in a sort of prodigy child aspect, which is fine. I don't think there's enough of her to make me. There's not enough here for her to be a great character. She just exists. She is used at the end as a plot device to save our main characters, some of our main characters. The older son we kind of brought up has a bunch of small moments, but not enough to facilitate us truly caring about him, which is a shame since this is the character they chose to kill off. Sully, Jake approaches almost Gary Stu status with how easily everything seems to work in his favor. The tribe willing to help him attack the humans is like a major. The plot facilitated it because they care about the whale, and once they see the whale, he approaches Gary Stu status because a lot of things come easy for him. He doesn't quite get there, but we are definitely fast approaching it, and this worries me for future Avatar projects. We have Naturi, barely in the film, problematic, considering that her demeanor is what facilitates the tension at the end of the film, and we have no closure based on it, where we should have. We discussed Spider. Spider is a character with lots and lots of potential, but every relationship that he has is fucked in that none of it makes sense. either whether it be the kids, Jake's children, forgetting about him for 95% of the film and not wanting to help him, even though this is someone who's grown up with them. It says a lot. We don't even know if it's Natiri rubbing off on them because we don't get any of her perspective on it. And we have only Jake refer to him as a stray cat, and that's pretty much all the interaction we have between him and Spider in the narration, which is unfortunate because I think Spider had the most potential in this film to be the most interesting character. We just didn't get there. Then we have Quaritch, who I kind of said is pretty much different from Avatar 1 in that he's pretty much assassinated. He's a wimp. He's not willing to commit to anything. The film wants us to believe that this is done because of the father-son relationship he's built with Spider, which we've already discussed is very paper thin. Which leaves the only character with some semblance of a through line to the end of this film, which is Jake's screw-up son, Lokai. The journey for him is it's not great. It's full of holes. It's got its own issues, but at least there is something here for him. He has a coming of age story, one that makes sense to a degree. And him being what I consider to be the only functional character, someone I don't personally like, is this indicative of a very, very poorly written film that felt like it didn't get past its first or second draft. Because a lot of this can functionally work, there's just not enough to facilitate it working. So I could make 100 tweaks to this film, and it would be if any perspective like wannabe writer with a lot of passion would want to make these tweaks to this film, because this film could have said something, but it's very hollow, very shallow, and if nothing's working, it is a broken film. I have settled on a 2.5, I think, objectively. Mind you, I've only seen this film once, so that is perspective to change. Much like with Jurassic World Dominion, if I ever rewatch that could get potentially worse. But for now, this is settled at a 2.5. It is not a good movie. I'm really disappointed in James Cameron. It was not worth the 13-year wait. So, I'll pass this right along to you, Crimson.
All right. Well, I feel like you covered a lot of stuff I was going to say. So I agree with most of your assessments. I think with... I guess I'll go with my objective. I agree with most of the character stuff you said. I think Kiri's a bit more than just a nothing character. I think she is something. I don't think she's entirely a plot device. So I think that differs. I pretty much agreed with all the others. I think the Reef's chief, pretty much most of the Reef people, the little presence they had as characters were pretty decent outside the bullies, as we talked about. That could have been streamlined and been just as effective as it was. It's all right. The visuals I thought was really good. I did see this in 3D, so I don't know how well it stacks up standard.
It looked nice. That's
yeah. The visuals are pretty awesome. This was my second 3D movie. The first one I saw was Man of Steel, so that was quite a while ago at this point. So that was awesome. The acting was pretty good. Usually with mocap acting, I don't really comment on that. But because of how advanced they've made the technology now, you can actually see the acting actually present in these. And I think everyone acted pretty well. There's a lot of recognizable faces once I saw the cast. Like the chief leader, I know him from Fear the Walking Dead. He was the dad in that. He was pretty good in there. So acting was pretty good. I think I'll keep it mostly light, so Sprinks can have a little bit of something to talk about. When I came out of the theater, I didn't have a pinned number down for objective, but I figured hovered around 5, similar to you. And going through this, I think I'm going to give it a 4.5 because I had a lot of critiques in this, a lot of questions posed to you guys, and most of them stuck. The whole day thing, whether or not it took a day to leave, that's up in the air, but that wouldn't change my rating really. So 4.5. Subjectively, I spent, let's see, I saw it on the 4th, 3 days thinking about whether or not I liked this or enjoyed this more than the first one. And I've decided I did. I did enjoy this one more than the first. And I would be willing to watch this again. So I'm giving this a 6.5 subjectively. Sprinks. You're up.
Okie dokie. Thank you for saving me some breathing room. So I don't repeat everything you say. First things first that I'd like to state, because I don't think it's been stated yet. Crimson, myself, and Sinister saw this in 3D, whereas Ryder did not. Both times I've seen this movie were both in 3D. From my first viewing, I had my ratings down and just not like thorough notes. Upon my second viewing, I had more time to write down notes and kind of bounce off of Crimson to get the points of what happened when kind of thing. But upon my second viewing, my initial ratings for both objective and subjective went down by 0.5 point. That I will state. Seeing this in 3D, I think is needed for the full intention of the film. I have not seen it in 2D to know the actual difference between the two of them and how that really differs things. I can, if I see this in 2D, I am sure my subjective rating would be lower. I'll say that. Upon my first viewing in 3D, I said this is a way of my experience currently to feel like I'm on hallucinatory drugs. I was so out of it and so engrossed into what I was looking at visually that I almost it did what cinema to me is good at doing, is to help escape from reality and be in whatever you're watching, to escape your mind and just solely be in it. And the 3D aspect of this, especially after the technological advances from red and blue glasses to now, really captivated me in. We didn't really discuss it. I don't know how well for 2D you could see the embers of ash or the pixels of dust in the sunlight.
I'd say it looked beautiful. Like I said, it's definitely toned down for 2D, I imagine, but it was all, at least the detail for me was present when I watched. So
Okay.
There was one speck of dust that I thought was in front of me, and I almost swatted. I swear to God, I almost swatted thinking it was actually in front of me, but it was from the movie.
I guess I'll have to see this in 3D. That's all I'm learning here.
I will say the first time that I know this is still on my subjective. First time I watched the movie, I was very up close. I was like in the third row from the screen, so all I could see in my peripherals was the screen. And the part at the end where Kiri is with the lungfish, with the yellowfish are going, they were inches from my face. I could have reached out and touched them. Second time I watched it with Crimson and Sinister, we were the second row from the back of the wall, but it still was the same feeling, I will say. So subjectively, I am giving this movie an 8. I think it is visually beautiful. I really enjoyed my time. It immersed me. I like being back to Pandora. I like the new story. I like the new, the whole water tribe and more of the planet and more of the moon and learning more stuff. The objective of the humans has changed. They're not after the same goal, giving a little more difference to the humans, even though they're still after a purpose. I think it's cool to think that being the second movie, we're focused on Jake, and that's how it looks like that the story will continue with Jake. But we never saw anything of what the human scientists are still doing on Pandora and their whole story without Jake, other than calling the two doctors to check on Curie during the seizure part, or what the humans are doing in Bridgetown, or any other objectives they have. I like that mystery of not knowing other characters established and what they are up to help build out this world a little more upon coming back to it in the next film. And it's just very entertaining to me. It was a very fun, immersive movie. My objective rating, though, however, being me and how I see a film, it's kind of in the realm. I don't necessarily want to say Martin Scorsese-esque, but in the way of cinema, one could say the makeup, the set pieces, and the lighting of this film were all fabricated and fake, being all on a computer screen. But even still in animation, those aspects are chosen by the crew of how it's supposed to look to their vision. So I think it was all good. It wasn't natural, but it was good. What I do really like is the acting. I think the acting was very good for all characters. I think Stephen Lane as Corch in this film was a little more. I think he did better acting in this movie than he did in the first one, because the first one he was a tough Marine and it kind of stuck throughout. This movie, he had more to work with, more to do with. He had the confusion at the beginning, being in a Na'vi body. He still had the military to go with. He had the personal approach with Spider in the interrogation to give him more of a soft-sided edge. He had the dark, like, fixation on Jake Sully. He just had way more to him in this movie of acting than he did in the first one. I think Jake's acting is fine. He had more to do with a family and with younger beings than just focus on protecting a tribe, which is what he's still doing, but the tribe is a lot smaller to just be his family. Zoe Saldana's Neytiri is phenomenal. She didn't have as much character in this movie as I would have liked. As we've discussed, I think more scenes with her would have been better. I think the human acting was fine. The general lady, Falco, Sinister kept calling her. I believe that's her actual name. She was fine. The doctors were fine. Norm was barely in the movie. He was fine. The Australian and his crew, fine. I think the human acting was okay, not bad. The kids were cool. They were fine. Sigourney Weaver, great actress. The one I'll touch on is Spider. I think Spider's the worst character in this whole movie. I don't think he's fully needed, but without him, it would be a completely different movie. I just think he kind of sucks, like the whole thing. So that's my take on Spider. His acting was I don't know what it was about him. Maybe because he was like trying to be native Na'vi in a human form or something. It looked kind of silly to me, but that's just me. I really like the music. The music had different pieces in it. The callbacks to the music in the first movie of like the bad guy music and everything, I like. It gives a little nostalgia down the spine of familiarity. But with the new whole water sections and all that, I thought the music was great. The motion capture looked really phenomenal after the 13-year difference from the first movie to now. One of my favorite things shown in the CGI motion capture is when Jake is binding his hand to the, I don't know what you want to call it, it's not an ectoskeleton, but onto the fish creature. He's binding his hand with the water going over his hand and the binds to show the tension into the skin on the back of his hand. That looked amazing. Might be my favorite shot in the movie. Something, I don't know how to, it's both a good and bad thing, so it evens out. With the eyes I have, I can see the difference in the cut between the camera James Cameron has used, I guess the new one he's bought for the 3D use, versus the other camera in the movie. I can see the difference in the scenes of what is and isn't using that camera. Unfortunately, it's a little because I can spot the difference. On the other side, it makes the scenes it's used in strengthened from the use of it, if that makes sense. So I'm going to call that even, but I still like the camera work. The scenes that are used of the train heist and the swooping down camera, and I really like the camera shot of when that, what was it, the I don't know what they're called, but the other ship comes in when they have to leave, and it kind of zooms in from the ground up, almost like I guess they kind of do it in Modern Family and Arrested Development. I think they kind of do that whenever something's in focus, like something comes onto screen that is in importance, that kind of zooms in and does that. It had that same feel to it, which I think they only did it in that one scene in the whole movie, but it didn't feel off. It felt a little more tension to the scene, and I think that was a good use of not experimental, but different film use in the film, so it wasn't just back and forth A B A B. Some things I felt bad. I mean, the plot, the writing. Some of the writing was okay. So, like some of the things were discussed. Jake and Neytiri having their fight. I think that was a good dialogue part. I think Quarch interrogating in the personal approach with Spider, good talking part. But some of the lines were real cheesy. Some were, I mean, the Sons, I don't really think the Sons had anything really good to say at like any point in the movie, and they killed one off. Yippee. I felt cheated that Jake had, I think I already stated these, but I feel cheated that Jake had no reaction to Quarch coming back after killing him in the first movie, or I guess Neytiri killing him. Neytiri's the one who had the reaction when he called out her calling card of her arrow during the first part, but Jake was around, and I can believe that Jake didn't know it was Quarch at that point. So that's okay, but the second part where it actually calls in Jake using the comms that he has his kid towards the end before the battle, Jake has no reaction, doesn't really care. That to me it just felt cheated. Also, Quarch not being any reaction to bonding with a Banshee or having his first like interlock soul mind thing. That to me felt eh. So overall, objectively, I give it a 6.5.
All right. 6.5 and 8. Sweet. Well, it's it. That's it. We
Yeah.
are through.
Made it.
All that's left is Ryder to sign us off.
All right. As always, you can find us on YouTube, which is our visual medium. But, for the audio side, we have Spotify, Anchor, Google Podcasts, Amazon, CastBox, and Pocket Casts. And, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe on all of them. And, give us your thoughts. Tell us how you hate my rating or you love Sprinks' rating, whichever one.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa, obviously. And, tell us what you thought of the movie and tell us how we're doing, But as always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
We had a Sinister Boy. Yeah. And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.